como cada año organiza Red Europea de Innovación contra la Exclusión de Acción Humana, cofinanciada con ayuda del Consejo Europeo, el Ministerio de Derechos Sociales y Agenda 2030. Y este año, qué bonito, hemos ido al espacio de Madrid, pero también para el que quiera seguirnos, que es...
For anyone staying at home and wanting to follow us remotely, you can always stream this over YouTube. This meeting will be held mostly in Spanish and a little bit in English. If you want to write any comments, ask questions, we have a chat box on the streaming channel, and our hashtag is #InnovationForInclusion. So, what are we talking about in this new edition? Well, of using social innovation as a tool for the social insertion of groups risking exclusion. The role of the European Social Fund and its new FCE Plus program as a tool to foster social labor inclusion. And obviously, we will have the experts on this field, both in Europe and in Spain, and are the ones who manage that European Social Fund here in Spain. We will also hear the latest news about the implementation of Competence Centers for Social Innovation in Spain and Europe, in nearby countries and other not so nearby countries. Possibilities to create new projects and social labor inclusion actions, as well as social entities that take part in them. And last, the awards. By the way, in case you forgot to stretch your legs before you came in, we will have a break mid-morning, and then we will have the award ceremony. We know who the awardees are. We will hear some messages from them, because it won't be just me talking. So we will hear from the winners and the runner-ups to learn about their projects and good practices. By the way, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Manuel Delgado. I'm a communicator and I specialize in digital journalism. And I will be moderating this forum.
Pero antes de todo eso, y para inaugurarlo de manera oficial,
and to officially open the event, let us welcome the General Director of Acción contra el Hambre, Action Against Hunger, Olivier Long.
Muy buenos días y good morning to the streamers. Muchísimas gracias por haber venido a esta 10ª.
Thank you very much for attending this 11th Employment and Entrepreneur Forum. First of all, I would like to thank those who made this event possible. Maria Iglesia from the EC, from the ESF and the Management Unit, Angel Maria Garcia, and from the Ministry of Social Rights, Patricia Bersaltania. Without their funds, we never could have had this path of growth. I would also like to thank Caixa Forum for providing this magical venue in the city of Madrid that hosts so many famous events. And also Anton Perez, Alicia Garcia Madrid, who as usually organized this event wonderfully, as you will see throughout the day. Acción contra el Hambre arises as a technical group. We're a technology group grouping technicians, engineers, and experts designing actions against hunger. From square one, we decided to measure the impact of the things we do. And we measure not only the impact of activities and after activities, but we also measure historical data. And for that reason, we've always held innovation as part of our DNA. Because providing new solutions is a key aspect of our social values. During this time, we've created plenty of systems. We still are, and we devote a lot of R&D to create diagnostic and decision systems, strategic systems, and mostly new working methodologies to cope with the permanent, ever-changing challenge of vulnerability and social exclusion. Today, our research activity has been much increased. We now see how war against Ukraine has materialized something we only perceived as an intuition, which is the breaching of the World Security Order. Yesterday was the International Day of Food Security, and the data are not good. This indicator went up by 34%, and never before in recorded history had it affected so many countries. Not just Yemen and Afghanistan, but also countries in other continents, in Latin America and Asia. And we do see that behind these abstract data, with such magnitude that we can hardly grasp them, there is always a human component, women as the most exposed group, and children. We're talking about people with names and faces. So war against Ukraine is a disaster not only in territorial Ukraine, but it extends to millions who have seen the food on their plate decrease. The number of open conflicts in the world has doubled in the past couple of years. There are 110 active conflicts around the world today. But beyond these overwhelming figures, we still have a hard time understanding the suffering, the human suffering, plus the invisible violence of social exclusion, even in a country like Spain, or even in a group like the European Union, there is this sort of violence. So innovation and has to grow, and our R&D budget is growing. Just to give you an idea, it will amount to 4 to 5 million euros. There's a further element that is part of our DNA, which is advising individuals and empowering them to help them take the reins of their own fate. So that is what we do. We innovate. We do social innovation addressed to women and to anyone basically in risk of social exclusion. But at the same time, we want to integrate and create a community for social exchange. And after that, it's sharing our experiences. That's the target of our European network since 2016. Putting this event together with all the sponsors I already mentioned. Social innovation is generated in human exchange. So I hope that as part of your agenda, today's event will be useful to foster social impact and to build some further justice. Sorry, Alicia, I didn't follow your notes, but I believe that since this is a space to think out of the box, I thought I was allowed the liberty. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Olivier.
Thank you so much, Olivier. So let's get the show started in blocks. First of all, building equality through the European Social Fund, inclusion policies, employability, entrepreneurship, and obviously European Social Fund. So we're going to hear about that ESF Plus that we've heard about in the past, and we're doing this in layers, like a cake or an onion. So we start from Europe. Maria Iglesias is head of the employment unit for Spain and Malta as part of the General Employment Social Matters Directorate of the EC. Maria?
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the EC for this invitation to be here with you today in this 11th forum.
For the online followers. Quisiera, además de agradecer la...
So now that I've thanked the EC for the invitation, I would like to praise Acción contra el Hambre for these 11 years of commitment, decided action, energy, and decisiveness to foster social inclusion, and most of all, for their efforts to develop innovative projects. Thanks to the work you do as coordinators of the European Network for Innovation to Prevent Exclusion, your commitment is under the limelight. Acción contra el Hambre is a relevant actor in the European Social Fund, and there are 3 large projects that we follow attentively from Brussels. We talk about indicators and the importance of monitoring results. Well, Project Vives Emplea and Vives Emprende are projects that we're following up closely and with plenty of hope. I do have some slides for you. As a background for what I'm saying, here's Commissioner Smith in charge of employment policies, competencies, and social inclusion. And I would like to explain why social innovation is so relevant in the European social agenda. Back in 2011, the EC were already talking about the importance of innovating. Not just the regular technological innovation. At that time, we were beginning to talk about innovation in other fields, like social innovation. Partnerships for innovation were established. One of them was a partnership for healthy and active aging. And back then already, we were talking about the importance of innovation, of doing things differently, and including these things done differently in the European agenda. Back then, we had already understood that innovative doesn't mean new. Innovation goes beyond creating something new. Innovation is about a new approach, a new method, a new model to tackle the same old problems. And this is where we connect with social innovation. And now, 20 years later, the Commission is still working on the subject and drafting an action plan for social economy and innovation. And we're doing the very thing that was recommended from the beginning. Innovation must lead to participation. There can be no social participation without social partners. We need partners for the model. And after a public consultation we ran in 2021, the European Action Plan was drafted. And it was highly relevant because this action plan proposes a set of actions with very clear objectives. First of all, linking social innovation to the legal and operational framework of the EU. Having legal grounds for action were enabled to be more operational in member states. And at the same time, we can finance or create new financing opportunities in Europe. And also, the action plan acknowledges and records everything that is being done, all these pilot experiences. We want to capitalize on those that have yielded good results and deploy them across Europe in the different countries that may or may not have similar circumstances. So with the action plan, the European Competence Center for Social Innovation was created. And we will hear from their coordinator this morning. This leads me to consider why innovation is so relevant in the European agenda. And honestly, social innovation does play an important role because it has been proven that social innovation can provide new solutions, new perspectives with the participation of different stakeholders, leading to new results for a more competitive Europe and social economy, but also, and at the same time, a much more inclusive Europe, and thus able to tackle social challenges. First of all, we can use our resources in a more efficient and efficacious way by making use of all these innovative solutions to channel effective action. So we go from the experimental stage to the deployment stage. Besides, we now work more effectively and sustainably to address the challenges ahead of us because the solutions we're deploying are not only one-off solutions. We're also talking about mid and long-term solutions. But also we do it in a more participative manner because we're including and empowering citizens, people, helping them identify their problems and the possible solution to those problems. And that's the ultimate meaning of social innovation. We work in cooperation because design and execution do include different stakeholders, not just businesses and NGOs, but also governments and social organizations, so that design and execution are much more closely knit in society. And we're also inspired by all these projects, actions, even all this funding. Everything affects political decision making. It affects the creation of new public policies for social inclusion, policies that are now more efficient and achieve greater participation. Therefore, for the EU, social innovation is a very powerful tool, not only for each member state or for each region or country, but also to meet the objectives set by Brussels and the European Pillar for Social Rights, which, among other things, fosters creativity and cooperation. And speaking of financial instruments and funding, and since we're here to talk about the ESF, I'm here to explain how the ESF encourages this social inclusion and how these efforts are being coordinated. And then Angel will zoom into the specific actions that are in place. First of all, the rules of the ESF Plus approved recently. Well, no, the European bylaws were approved a while ago, but the programs were approved only earlier this year. And the program urges countries to set up a specific line for working on social innovation beyond their traditional projects. And since we wanted these funds to be used, we offered a co-funding rate of 95% for projects and programs that can prove they actually offer innovative social solutions. And in this framework, Spain's investment exceeds 175 million euros in social innovation actions. There are several regions in Spain that have already included these actions in their political programs, like Cantabria, Catalonia, Murcia, Valencia, among others. Maybe I will mention some of these related projects later. But at the same time, there's a multi-regional program called Inclusión, in which the Social Fund will finance several tenders for social innovation. And all these actions are already part of the European Action Plan for Social Economy and Social Innovation. But beyond the Social Fund, as I said, there are other funding instruments. One of them is the EASY program. Sorry, I forgot to click on the slides.
Here we see the three main funding tools. The program, Employment and Social Innovation, EASY, what we back via pilots. So we're going to identify the initiatives, we're going to run pilots, and we're going to see what works. And this is done thanks to what we in Brussels call, in our jargon, this is what we call direct management. In other words, it's funded by Brussels only, and the calls are published at a European Union level, guaranteeing access to every one of the member states, and they are financed and back transnational projects. So these calls are also very important because they aim at complying with the European pillar. We see that there are these areas that call for creating jobs, improving competition and equality and equal rights, and protecting social inclusion. Last year, these EASY calls were centered in those challenges that are implicit in the green and digital transition. And this year, what we're focusing on is seeking innovative solutions, new approaches in order to palliate homelessness. Now, afterwards, you see that third instrument, or tool, which is FSC Social Innovation Plus, or ESF Social Innovation Plus. Well, these pilots that run on EASY be broadened, escalated, deployed, made available in other regions, other states. And all of this via transnational cooperation. And thus, we have a budget of 197 million euros. So these 197 million euros are managed via subsidies and also via the Center for Competition for Social Innovation, which we will be going into afterwards this morning. Now, we believe that these three areas, and in view of the legal backdrop that I described before, well, we build a cycle. We close a loop, as it were, a system that provides support to social innovation, which is more systematic and which is furthermore easier to foresee, to plan for, and it's more sustainable. So we're already working with an objective which we have set for the mid and long term. I would like to add here that we furthermore developed a new database that targets social innovation. This is a platform. We at this point have 150 initiatives. This allows us to not only have access to an inspiring database, but also to foster visibility of these actions. We raise awareness regarding the practices, and we furthermore facilitate transnational cooperation by building associations, by establishing those links that allow eventually for the deployment and scaling of whatever has worked. So I beseech you to look at it every once in a while.
Antes he mencionado.
I did mention before, this is the database. I'm sorry, this is the database. This is the slide. And I would like now to very briefly address something that has actually implied a lot of work. These programs have been difficult to build. So let me explain to you what has been done and what will be done from 2021 to 2027 in the European Social Fund Plus. So I would remind you that Spain has a very important portfolio of projects in regional terms, in state terms. 175 million euros is the budget, and we are co-funded to the tune of 95% by the European Union. And I would underscore first the program called Inclusión, which is the most ambitious one. There is a series of initiatives which we believe to be very important. Protection of childhood, first and foremost, fostering deinstitutionalization. This is one of the problems that we find in social policy at a European level. This is not easy. There is no single solution to this problem. We have new models, we have new approaches, which are probably going to allow us to find good solutions, efficient solutions. This program, which targets inclusion, has innovative models which combine the defense of the minor's family environment with early intervention, with a model which would allow for the return to a home setting. So these three components we thought were very innovative, and we believe that it's good to include them here. In terms of the different regions of Spain, there are a number of initiatives that target mental health, especially Cantabria, Galicia, mental health for teens and for youth who are at risk, especially after COVID. What we see is that innovative approaches are being developed to help youth with their emotional development. Parental coaching is provided to family members, and this happens within the framework of local policies. In Murcia, also, there's a number of very interesting proposals that combine mental health for persons with disabilities or women who are victims of aggression. And in the face of this double vulnerability, different solutions are necessary. The European Social Fund also targets education. In Navarre, there's a very novel approach which aims at using artificial intelligence as a means to integrate in a pedagogical setting, in a work setting. And I would furthermore focus on the ALMA initiative, very ambitious. It is the result of a social innovation project. It was a pilot that was run at a European level, and a number of different regions were involved. One of these regions was Catalonia in Spain. And this is a program that aims at helping youth who neither work nor study, but this is a model which makes professional internships, makes them available abroad. So youth spend time abroad as interns, so they leave their setting, they learn other languages, and they meet other people. And this happens as a program is run that involves personalized coaching. So this is good for them in terms of skills acquisition and in terms of self-perception as well, and self-esteem. This is going to run in a number of different regions. There's a number of regional programs up and running in Spain, which are going to deploy this initiative, ALMA, in Spain. And apart from those financial components, I said that something was very important for us. Our action plan also looks at inclusion, in other words, working as partners, in other words, engaging stakeholders. And I here would like to think out loud a little bit about the importance of public-private partnerships in design and execution of initiatives. Now, increasingly, these public-private partnerships we see allow us to progress much more rapidly in a much more cohesive and efficient way. Why? Well, first, because there's a combination of resources and skills of both sectors in order to take on these challenges. And as I said before, they're efficient, very efficient. Also because knowledge and experience of those two sectors, the public and the private sector, allows us to jointly seek and find solutions that might be more innovative, that might be more flexible, more realistic when the time actually comes to tackling the challenges in question. And we've also seen that there's an improvement in the management of on-site projects. And we see that frequently enough, there's an increase in the impact of these actions. So there are more interlocutors involved, there's more stakeholders. It's easier to extrapolate these novel initiatives that have proven to be efficient in a conclusive way. So it's much easier to deploy them. So it is along these lines that we have increased this type of cooperation. And we hope that in our action plan for 21 to 27, we continue to see this type of cooperation. And to conclude now, allow me to repeat that social innovation is tremendously important, of course, for the European agenda. I confirm that, yes, there are very many opportunities. We will be seeing new calls and, well, not only in terms of easy, but also in terms of pilot programs at ESF Plus. We encourage you to participate. We hope that you continue to work in order to ensure that these experiences are exchanged among the regions of Spain and among different countries. It's very important to communicate, reach out, provide inspiration, and take inspiration from what others are doing. Allow me to underscore the very important role performed by the European Center for Competencies, and I imagine that the coordinator will have something similar to say. I encourage you to feed this center with your ideas, actions, experiences, in order to analyze them as best as possible and scale them in European terms. And here, especially, I would like to underscore the importance of anything and everything that we are doing with regards future inclusion policies. Everything must be designed for the betterment of society. And that's why we need policies that call for public intervention, that will facilitate social inclusion, that will grow it, that will deepen it. I will remind all of you now that Spain has a PERTE, which focuses on social innovation and the social economy, and there will be calls within that plan. And definitely we encourage all of you again to participate and run them. Without further ado then, again, thank you very much for your invitation. Acción contra el Hambre is one of the main stakeholders for social innovation. And with your actions, you are helping directly to achieve these objectives. I'm going to share a video with you. This is to explain graphically what we believe is the European pillar, and I'm going to welcome and congratulate the winners of these awards. Unfortunately, I will not be able to be with you since I have a plane to catch, but congratulations to all. Without further ado then, let us see this video, and best of luck. If it were possible to achieve the job of your dreams thanks to training, or achieve real work-life balance, or hike your competencies, acquire new skills, tear down barriers, find your passion. What if together we were able to achieve all of this? From rights to facts. Thank you very much, Maria. We've talked about inclusion in European terms, and now let's talk a little bit about Spain. Let's talk about the very important role of Agenda 2030 and the Ministry of Social Rights. Patricia Bezunartea is Director General of Family Diversity and Social Services at the Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. You have the floor, ma'am. Good morning, all, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Acción Contra el Hambre, for inviting us and for organizing this session, and especially for the help that you've given these ideas, these challenges, inclusion and innovation. Thank you for your hard work, engagement, and collaboration with the Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. Allow me to begin by saying something which I think is clear, which is that not innovating is not an option right now. At least that's my take. That's our take. That's what we try to defend now and over the past few years. Innovation and inclusion go hand in hand. They cannot be separate. They are together now and will be together forward-looking. We have survived a number of difficult years. We know that there's been a health situation which has been difficult to manage from a social point of view. There was a crisis, social and economic crisis following the pandemic. We understand that problems are complex, and if we are to find a solution, a quick fix, which is what we were asked to achieve during the pandemic, well, we need to tackle a number of different elements at the same time. So we have understood clearly that we could not continue to do as we had done in the past. It was absolutely essential that we seek formulas that would allow our policies to be more efficient, more efficacious, more linked to the rights of people, to guarantee a welfare which was swept from under our feet by the pandemic. The situation, the personal situation of many persons, of many families, we understood was at stake. So innovation has been a priority for the Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. We have tried, by means of different initiatives, by means of different instruments and tools that we've had access to, we've tried to foster this, and foster it not only by backing projects that we believed might be of interest, that we believed might be examples of what we like to call best practices, but rather with the idea that these experiences could actually be fleshed out into public policies. These public policies would be the kind of a policy that we could shift and transfer onto the sum total of the country. So social innovation from the vantage point of, well, from our vantage point, aims at giving new answers to social needs in a changing environment. What we had done in the past we realized was not useful, well, thinking up new ways of doing and broaching, tackling new challenges that we suddenly face. And as Maria said, European institutions have insisted, will continue to insist, forward-looking, on the need to encourage those processes of innovation. And this is a good thing because they're going to be making available to countries, of companies, of society, sum total, make available to all of us European funds to foster this. So there we have the European social funds for investment, what Maria described. If we think about innovation, the mechanism for recovery and resiliency, and everything we've done, which to a very great degree, component 22 is what we have been working with within the ministry. It has to do with fostering innovation and fostering new solutions. Now, what does this commitment to fostering innovation respond to? I said before that the paradigm of complexity has been imposed on public policies and social policies. These are complex challenges that call for complex solutions. This is not to be achieved unilaterally. Maria before addressed the issue of the importance of PPPs, but also collaboration between different levels of the public administration, which was like a unicorn. This is something that we would love to see, but actually not really quite there. So when collaboration is positive, when collaboration is agreed upon, I think that everything is possible. We can overcome difficulties. So these are situations, problems, challenges that are cross-cutting and which affect all of the areas of social policies. So we even need to rethink the way we work. Different sectors are affected by the same issue, call for joint action involving different stakeholders. And in order to provide a solution to all of this, we have to underscore experimentation, which target the what, but also the how. How do we develop? What are the methodologies? What is the context to ensure that this innovation actually is possible? So we need rather to see context coming to the surface whereby innovation will be onboarded onto the way we go about achieving our social policy. We will delve into how we've done this. We have Berta Gonzalez with us today from the Secretariat of State of Social Rights, who will address this issue specifically. So what is the role of the European Social Fund then? This is what we're talking about today, of course. So what is the role performed in this tandem? I like to say that I really believe in Europe, and I like to say that Europe, the Union, has been absolutely essential in the alignment, in the definition, together with member states, of the different priorities in place in our social policies, egging states on who resisted this idea so that they continue to develop, continue to aspire to achieve that social Europe, a Europe of rights. Now, this idea, this basic idea has fleshed out, as we said before, in financial instruments, in political documents, spaces, and we see that there are basic elements. So inclusion, stability, the dynamic of functioning of European structural investment funds, very positive. It's allowed us really to prove the efficiency, the synergies, the impact of processes which the European Social Fund has financed. And how, from the Ministry of Social Rights, how have we contributed? What has been the approach? I think it's important. I think that this is the way we should function, generate consensus on what we are about to do, and leverage whatever instruments we have available to us in order to, as best as possible, develop those ideas, those projects, etc. As mentioned by Maria, and I think you're familiar with this, European funds, well, there's a part of those funds that have a state positioning, but it is the regions, the comunidades autónomas, that recommend projects, foster projects, and we've always tried to define, over these past few years, we've tried to define these priorities together with the comunidades autónomas. The pandemic has forced us to coordinate our activities, and I think that this attempt to find agreements, notwithstanding events in other parts, have been very important. We can define priorities for inclusion, and this is the path that we need to follow. From the administration, there are two initiatives that I would like to address at this point in time. The Social Inclusion Network is the first. This network is created in the face of the suggestions, requests that were posed by the Commission demanding that we coordinate our social and employment policies. This might seem to be self-evident, but you know, I'm sure, how very difficult it is to advance along those lines. We've been pioneers, and establishing a dialogue involving the state and local and regional authorities, employment authorities, social services authorities, that was very innovative, and I think that the results have been very good. RIS is a space for exchange and dialogue, and Acción contra el Hambre definitely is important there, so thank you. The aim is active inclusion, as I said before, attempting to coordinate social and employment services, trying to ensure that they run together, underscoring the importance of innovation. This network has been very important at points in time in which innovation was really not on the public agenda. And the objectives have been to generate change in employment and social policies, improve the skilling of professionals from both spaces, to establish synergies that at the end of the day would allow for us to achieve the objective that we aim to achieve, which is that people have ongoing attention guaranteed independently of the benefits that they need to take advantage of at any point in time. This is important for the network. So analyze poverty and exclusion was also an aim. And as Maria said, always thinking about participation. The network includes a commission, local entities, regional entities, trade unions, tertiary sector, social economy. It is a venue for open dialogue, including all parties. We work with specific groups, with issues that are decided upon yearly, with joint training sessions, exchange of knowledge, studies, seminars, fostering pilots. There have been some very interesting pilots looking at joint information systems involving both sectors. And I believe that we are at this point in a position to say that they may be used in general terms and transferred to the sum total of the region's management of governance, which in our country, of course, is complex. So I really think that we can talk about a success. And now we are evaluating what the network has been in this period and planning for network activities from now and forward looking. I think that we understand how important the existence of the network is as a very interesting space for the coordination of different policies in order to jointly advance. And they're actually thinking that this network system could be enlarged to ensure the coordination of other systems. Housing, for instance, as we know, is mission critical at this point in time in Spain. And something similar to the network would definitely be a very interesting option. The second initiative that I would like to address is the use, quote unquote, use, with best purposes in mind, of that 0.07 to help those entities in order to finance your projects. How this 0.07, despite the modifications, the comings and goings ever since 2017, has actually preserved that capacity of this financial instrument, which is available to the tertiary sector and to the administration in order to bolster those policies which were being recommended to the European Social Fund itself. We know that these are subsidies to carry out activities that are deemed to be of social interest. They co-fund with the ESF. That's going to continue to be the case with ESF Plus. And this is an exception because you know that this 0.07 call has been amended. State has focused more on value added. Direct target has to be funded by the comunidades autónomas, and the funding for ESF has that exceptional nature in that it can go directly. It definitely focuses on knowledge sharing and social issues, very closely linked to innovation, because this is collective learning. We've seen this. We have to be able to generate evidence which will allow us to really take the best possible decisions. It encourages internationalization, and this has to do with that transnational element that we described before, and it actually finances your network and RIS, the Social Inclusion Network. This is important because it calls for reaching out to public administrations as a tool whereby a more inclusive labor market will be built, encouraging us to understand that no one on their own can tackle the complexity of the challenges that we are mandated to try and overcome.
I certainly believe that it is very important for the ESF Plus to move ahead into innovative solutions for people and to foster different tools and make them available for projects so that we can move into a more inclusive Europe. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Gracias a ti, Patricia. Tras conocer las...
And thank you, Patricia. After hearing about European and national strategies, we will now hear the Secretary of Employment, Economy and Digital Transition, who will tell us about this ESF Plus and its relevance as a driver for innovation programs in labor insertion. Thank you. Good morning.
Don't worry, my English is as bad as my Spanish, so that it's all right. Muchas gracias. Quisiera empezar por esto, a Acción contra el Hambre, por haberme invitado a participar.
I would like to thank Acción contra el Hambre for inviting me to participate in this forum. This is like the third or fourth time, and it's always a pleasure to see the results of projects we so enthusiastically participate in. So, now that we're removing layers on the cake or the onion, as you heard in the introduction, I would like to thank Maria for removing some layers for me. So I might be repeating some of what she said, but I do hope it'll be in the interest of greater clarity. The General Director of Acción contra el Hambre said that it is people that matter. And that much is true. That's our driver and our main interest. But I'm afraid I need to be pragmatic and talk about the money. Because obviously, the core revolves around people, but to help people, you need due funding. And I will talk about how the ESF and now ESF Plus help us help people and yield better results. And that's a ESF motto, helping people. And even if it's a social forum, it's more of an employment forum in practice. And I've been in this business for a while, and with time, the ESF has also become a forum for social inclusion. And in this new ESF Plus, at least 20% of the budget has to be devoted to measures and actions in favor of social exclusion. Certainly, most of them are employment related, but that's not the only dimension they have. Plus, the ESF Plus now picks up the tasks from FEAT to palliate material deprivation or that millions suffer across Europe, providing food for people, which is part of the ESF Plus objectives, which makes it more of a social fund. And at the same time, ESF Plus invests at least 20% in social matters and struggling against material deprivation. There's also investment on social innovation with an incentive too. Usually the co-funding of ESF revolves around 30%, 60% from the EU, 30% from the countries. But to encourage this new category, as Maria was saying, regardless the region where action is implemented, 95% will be co-funded by the EU. And these are the big figures. For Spain, it means that we no longer stand at that 25%, but are actually going the extra mile to reassert the will, our will as a member state to invest in social matters. So there are above 3.1 billion euros for the next period to be invested in social inclusion, and more than 25% of that will go to the basic program to palliate material deprivation. In other words, food assistance programs. In this case, through a bonus card that will allow their beneficiaries to have access to staple foods. With this, investing in people, which is the best, the most profitable investment, because investing in people has the highest possible return. Not also a return for governments, but also for society, as other society costs are removed and new contributions can be obtained from those who have been included. So we're investing more in the conviction that the yield will also be higher. That's why we always talk about investment and not spending. And this is something Maria and Patricia have both said. This is the method that has worked for us so far. Public, in this case, the ESF, and private or NGO sector participation or partnership, so that these funds can be relieved a little bit of their bureaucratic burden, and the groundwork of NGOs that can provide all their experience and know-how, so that this alliance can get the top yield from this investment to reach those indicators Olivier was talking about. So this partnership between the third sector and the ESF is the key to our future success. As a matter of fact, on D-Day, on June the 6th, we published the largest initiative in history, 833 million euros for the state program for social inclusion and the state program for youth employment, to be devoted to third sector entities for them to pick those programs that provide the best answers to the challenges of social inclusion and struggle against poverty. This summons now becomes a beacon for future projects, considering that the third sector can be a key element to reach those who are furthest from employment inclusion. And since I know the project so well, I would like to praise the work of the Acción contra el Hambre Foundation. We really need to look up to them in this area. They have Vives Emprende, Vives Aprende programs, which are already innovative projects, but they're a little bit more mainstream. At the same time, however, they have more innovative projects like Itinerio's employment project with a healthy or with a health component, a very innovative project that is generating a lot of interest in the rest of the EU, and the EPICO program, a model for incarcerated citizens when they're no longer subject to incarceration. And perhaps I should stop here because Maria and Patricia have already explained what we're going to do in that sense. In the EU and in Spain, we have the tools to invest in people and provide due social and labor insertion, and also to promote social integration. We also have some serious investment from the state through the Future Center for Skills for Social Innovation. And part of that tender, which goes exclusively to social innovation projects, will be used as a tool to promote innovation, social inclusion, and or leading to a more just and inclusive Europe. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ángel. Ya lo sé para la próxima que cala más lo de la...
Well, next time I will talk about cake rather than onions when I speak of layers. Okay, we're closing this block about building equality, ESF Plus, and inclusion projects. And to wrap this up, we invite Luis González, Director of Technical Engineering and Social Action Spain. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for taking the time in your agendas to be here with us today. And thanks for your interest. It is truly a pleasure. This is a wonderful venue. But I can hardly see you from up here on the stage. So I will try to overcome that visual hurdle by thanking everyone watching over streaming from all around the world, Latin America, Africa, countries from all around Europe, Middle East, and Asia. As an international institution, we can actually reach all continents, so thanks for being there. Today is a very important day. For several years now, I've been working with Acción contra el Hambre as part of the organization. And from the very start, one of the most exciting initiatives we put together was building or driving an innovation, social innovation forum in favor of inclusion, so that we could exchange experiences, not only among Spanish institutions, but also sharing with other institutions across Europe. We've come to our 10th birthday. This is our 11th edition, and we now have more than 470 European partners in the network. So it is a huge source of satisfaction for me to see that European, national, and regional authorities have given so much support to this initiative that is so important for us. I would like to thank Ángel for his unfaltering support, and in the framework of the program, I'm grateful that the program has grown and developed to the point of becoming what it is today. So thank you, Ángel, for gapping or bridging the gap to help us have Maria live here today. That shows a commitment you have for innovation and social innovation. Patricia, thank you specifically for being here with us today. The support you've given us from the ministry has been vital for us, and I would like to acknowledge and appreciate your commitment to innovation as part of your social policies. Of course, you said it a while ago, but I honestly believe that you've also made it visible in the past couple of years. We know that Acción contra el Hambre is one of those organizations that work directly with the ESF and ESF funds. First, we started off as an intermediary organization, and next we've been cooperating as a direct beneficiary as part of two programs, PODESIS, which is the social economy program, and the operational young employment program. Throughout all these years, our value proposition in social action, both for administrations and companies alike, as well as the beneficiaries of our project, has been based on social innovation. When we decided back in 2012 to start working in Spain, we were clearly aware that our contribution was the experience and the know-how we had gathered in our work abroad. And considering the number of organizations working well in Spain, our contribution had to come from innovation, or at least an innovative approach. And as Olivier said, innovation is actually one of our organization's values. And we try to be rigorously innovative. Thanks to that, we have evolved and adapted to the new challenges that have been thrown at us in the past few years. 8 years ago, we were one of the organizations most specialized in the skills approach in the labor environment. We always do everything as a team. At that time, we acknowledged how difficult it was to enhance employability, and it had to be done through skilling people. We've also been gender sensitive and have gradually adapted to the demands of different craft training to train individuals to their local productive environment. We have been part of next generation projects and the whole green and digital transition plan and social plan in different regions in Spain, and we have launched different innovative projects along all these three fronts. And I know it's been mentioned before, certainly the health crisis that COVID brought on has caused our beneficiaries to find it even more difficult to meet their basic needs. And let me highlight one aspect we are working on in Acción contra el Hambre. Since the onset of COVID-19, we're addressing food security, which can be a determining factor for some people to embark on their journey towards a more prosperous personal and professional future. And in that framework, I would like to thank the ministry to update and include innovation in their basic programs to transform and update food security instruments in Spain via models like money transfers. I think Angel wanted to mention it in passing. And truly it takes a lot of work to generate the transition from food programs to money transfer programs. And we expect that the new modality will enhance food security for many. Beyond spotting the needs of citizens, we've also been bridging the digital gap. And the main focus has been placed on women, and we have changed our value proposition in the past couple of years to face these new realities. And for that purpose, we integrated two key aspects to our value proposition: digital skills to reduce the digital gap, particularly addressed to women, and second, integrating a healthy habit approach, thus bringing in physical and mental health and healthy diet as a component for social integration. We ran a 3-year survey to generate scientific academic evidence that working with these 3 approaches, emotional, physical health, and a healthy diet, has a direct impact in improving employability. And based on the scientific method and working with the Malaga University and the Competence University in Madrid, we now have proof that these elements are not necessarily just elements in a program. They do have a direct impact on employability and a better, more prosperous life, with individual impact on people, but also impact on their families, particularly on childhood. 2/3 of Spanish children are overweight on account of poverty. So, facing the challenge of social labor inclusion, we are decidedly participating in innovative initiatives in the framework of the 2030 Agenda. Our innovative international nature gives us the opportunity to experiment with innovations as part of other European programs like Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, ESF+, and its centralized summons for a just, green, and digital transition for Europe. And also, because we're an international institution, we have experimented with social innovation in the framework of next generation programs, like the one in Madrid focused on social innovation. We also lead a task force of ECOP, a community of practices and partnerships within the EC. Back in the day, Acción contra el Hambre was part of the consortium of a reference innovation program called Mares de Madrid. And we're also a partner of the social innovation project Bicases. All of these are initiatives that allow us to innovate and integrate new results in operational programs. But I must also shine a light on the fact that these innovation labs give us the opportunity to export, to expand our experiences to others. So everything Ángel was talking about, Vives Emplea, Vives Emprende, Vives Aprende, is now being applied in countries like Peru or Colombia to integrate Venezuelan migrants or to integrate people under the line of poverty in those countries. And we're also adapting the programs in Africa, in Senegal, Niger, and also in the Mediterranean basin, Lebanon, Syria, Caucasus, and the like. So the impact goes way beyond our borders. So I wanted to share the good news with you because this all comes from your support, which helps us grow international and say that the European Social Fund has an impact beyond Europe. Social innovation is social not only because of its purpose, but also because of the multi-stakeholder participation it requires. As Patricia said, joint action is required between public, private, and civil society entities that need to coexist in different forms of participation, like public consultation, social dialogue, networks, and partnerships. Through the European Network of Innovation, we created a multi-stakeholder platform with stakeholders from over 28 countries sharing their know-how on the social ecosystem to foster joint projects aligned with the priorities of the European social rights pillar. Finally, I would like to thank everyone participating in this event today for their generosity to share their know-how with all of us. And last but not least, my acknowledgement to the team that have worked so hard to help us enjoy this forum today. Thank you all.
Gracias, Luis. Bueno, concluimos este primer bloque.
Well, to close this first block about the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, we've talked about the war on Ukraine and the project called EASY, and how these projects link back to ESF+. We've heard about new working methodologies, and we're coming very close to the second part of today's event, the role of the public sector to leverage social inclusion. So José Moisés Martín Carretero, leader of Net-to-Net Consejo Carretero and leader of this field in the Ministry for Competencies and Social Innovation in Spain, will address us now. Well, we're talking about social innovation, not necessarily public innovation. But before I start, I have a question for everyone in the room and online. First thing that comes to mind, I can see that there are plenty of young people here. Do you believe that your future will be better or worse than that of your parents? Are your prospects better or worse? Hands raised for better, hands raised for worse. Thank you so much for your help. Actually, we're not very optimistic about our future. I'm a big fan of sci-fi. And, well, you must remember a classic of sci-fi. Remember Star Trek? Human beings had already worked out their problems on Earth, and now they're exploring space and meeting other species. If we look at today's sci-fi, they're not very optimistic. This one is 1984. It's an old movie, but it's a dystopic movie, a society overseen by Big Brother, a hyper-vigilant dictatorship. And then we have The Road from 2009, 2010, where the state has disappeared. No public sector, so man is a man's wolf. A wild, savage society without a state to rule it. But then there are two other dystopic scenarios. Have you seen Children of Men? It's a movie from 2004 where humans are no longer fertile, so there are no more children, so public policies continue to work with very little hope in the future. But obviously immigrants are very poorly treated in an excluding state. And the less dystopic scenario is Elysium. It's a 2011 motion picture. The Earth is left for dead, and those privileged enough go off to space, leaving Elysium. So it doesn't look like it's a very encouraging perspective, and the prospects look a little bit bleak. Today, approximately 38% of the world population believe that our prospects are worse than they were 50 years ago. Mostly in developed countries. Emerging countries still have hope and trust the future. But if you look at the list, the most developed countries are pessimistic about future prospects. And that's the paradox of our time. We are probably living the best era in the history of humankind. The longest life expectancy, highest employment rates, probably one of the top moments in the history of humankind. And yet our perception is that it can only get worse. That's how we feel about our future. We feel, and you must have heard it a number of times, we're the first generation not to do better than their parents. And the first time I heard that, I was 18. But apparently it seems to be said over and over again for different generations. But now the crisis has changed our the way we see reality. Because all these things we're saying about innovation makes us seem unable to overcome these problems. And when we talk about the future, there are 4 large trends we need to tackle. First, demography. These are important numbers. Rich countries are aging. Spain is aging rapidly, but developing countries are not. Just a figure to help you understand the magnitude of the challenge ahead of us. Between now and 2050, Europe, not the EU, but Europe in general, will lose 80 million individuals in their prime, in working brackets, age brackets. During the same time, the working population in Africa will reach 800 million. That's 0.8 billion. So as you see in the graph, we have average age in Spain and EU. Nearly half of the population is over 40, whereas in Africa, half of the population is age 15 or 16. So the demographic challenge is absolutely awe-inspiring. The second challenge is inequality. I will not go into ethical considerations, but there's one thing we do know. Unequal societies do worse. Lower levels of democracy, lower levels of democratic participation, greater health and mental health problems. This comes from a Wilkinson and Pickett survey explaining that, well, beyond a society being just or unjust, depending on equality, inequality is a permanent source of serious social problems, and most egalitarian societies have better chances to deal with their problems. Third challenge ahead of us, technological disruption. I will not devote a lot of time to that because we're all excited about ChatGPT and how it's going to affect employment and how it will affect our social and personal connections and everything that it brings with it in terms of transformation. Even at a personal level, I don't know if you've seen the latest news from technology, which is the Apple goggles that allow us to interact in the metaverse. So an image that 40 or 50 years ago, well, if you're my age or older, you may remember that 50 years ago everybody was talking about the dangers of TV. Well, right now, watching TV with your family is a family moment. Oh, we're watching TV together. 40 years ago, this was seen as a problem. TV is breaking up families, whereas now I sit with my son and watch TV. We watch TV together, and it's actually a bonding moment. So let's see what happens when everybody is wearing their VR goggles and headsets. Because ultimately, digitalization creates a highly qualified employment, and it's leading to the disappearance of the big middle class. And last but not least, the climate transition. I won't even go there too far, but these are the numbers on how temperatures are changing. And needless to mention the long and weird spring we've been having in Spain this year. So if we look at these 4 challenges, it's only natural to feel a little bit pessimistic about the future because there are reasons for concern. There are grounds for concern. Still, there are also grounds for hope. And the main reason we have to hope is our ability to innovate. That's the most important driver we have, the big lever to our ability to innovate. We've heard and will hear about projects here. And I'm putting an idea on the table. It's not about running pilot projects. Pilot projects are okay. They do have a purpose, but it's not about spending public money on innovation. It's about considering or keeping innovation at the core of public budgets. And that entails 10 drivers for change for public and social innovation. 10 elements that could be used as buttons to launch new innovation projects.
The first is the digital revolution proper. Data, AI, algorithms, using predictive analytics. That may definitely be something that is good. We are already building models, tech models, that allow us to analyze trends, find patterns, forecast results, identify risks, and so on. Often enough, this is the case. So I'm not going to focus on this now, but we've got the technology. Imagine what work was like half a century ago. We didn't have data. Now we have data that we can use to generate impact. The second lever, which I think goes hand in hand with the first, we've got technology now, and citizens can be experts. This is interesting. There's a book by an important author, Tetlock. He studies and sees what experts can do, economic, political experts, to hit the bullseye when they're forecasting. And they practically were achieving random results, as if a monkey had been throwing darts at the bullseye. Now we've got tools, now we've got technology, now we've got the platforms, so we can actually group, feed, build collective intelligence. This is important. Collective intelligence, an important source of innovation. So far, participation called for small or medium-sized groups. Now we can generate processes that are broad, so we can advance. The third level, in the redesign of policies from the citizens' point of view, the users. So putting persons at the center of it all. Now we've got tools, we've got co-design, we've got design thinking, we've got all of those methodologies that place people smack in the center. So we've got the technology we need. Now there's no excuse. There's no excuse to not be people-centric. Fourth lever, we can experiment. We can. This is definitely novel. 30, 20 years back, this happened basically in the field of clinical medicine. Now, no organization, and I imagine Acción contra el Hambre is no exception, the standard is this. Everyone is working and experimenting, testing models, control groups, and on the basis of that, they're taking decisions. So we see evolution in behavior that allow us to advance along these lines. This is very important. The Ministry of Inclusion has devoted a lot of money into this research. So we can experiment, we can measure the impact of our interventions from the point of view of experiments. But what do we need? Well, we need the fifth lever. We need internal re-engineering. We need to rethink how we build our public policies, rethink what we're going to focus on. We said before, some speakers addressed before, the need to have inter-administrative coordination. Now, I have a question. I don't know whether there are very many civil servants with us today, but I'd like to ask, are citizens really centric to your public policies? They say, yes, of course. And I say, that's not true at all. They're not. What's at the center of your public policies is the procedure to follow. It is the procedure, it is the paperwork that runs. Why? Because the administration is designed to guarantee legal certainty, to guarantee that there is fair play, that everyone is dealt with on a level playing field. So we need to rethink that model. We need to rethink the model, and if we really want to be people-centric, we're going to have to re-engineer our internal system. It's not about digitizing. No, it's about changing the standard operating procedure. The sixth lever is feminizing government. It is important to onboard, and this is a lever for innovation, to integrate all of the elements that have to do with gender, how we deal with that, how we look at the data, how we have a feminized vision of public policies. Without that vision, we're not being accountable. We're not being flexible. We're not really keeping track of reality. The seventh lever, transformative alliances. Nobody can run alone. We need to build a new type of alliance. Public, private, social alliances for the overhaul, innovation, generating ecosystem, making it possible to work together, which means we need to really think on how we build those alliances, because the roles of the persons involved must change. The ministry will hire me to do something that's not a public-private partnership. It might seem to be one, but no, it's a contract. It's a transactional relationship. The transaction is what counts. What we need is to have transformative alliances. I recommend this book by Mariana Mazzucato, Mission Economy, A Moonshot Guide to Changing Capitalism, how we can align different sectors. She talks about the Apollo missions. When someone said, I want to put a man on the moon and bring him back safe to Earth, 10 years before it actually happened, and history tells us that NASA panicked when they heard that because they didn't know how to go about putting a man on the moon. And actually, the first couple of years, they looked for an alliance with the Soviet Union to do it jointly. They said, how is this even possible? Well, they landed on the moon. And they generated an ecosystem of technological innovation, which explains why the US continues to be on the cutting edge. So why not think about social Apollo missions? Why not? Environmental or ecological. We now think about 100 European cities that have committed to being carbon neutral by 2030. They don't know how they're going to do it. But they probably will be successful. The eighth lever, the metrics. We can only do all of the above if we improve our metrics. We need to measure better. We need to know how we are performing. It's not about the numbers. It's not about the outputs. It's about rethinking new strategies. And this is very important. It's good to say. It's nice to say. But it has to be liaised with how we interpret public policies. The debate in Spain today is all about GDP, above or beyond whatever it was that we had in the fourth quarter of 19. I'm sure that you've heard this until you're blue in the face. Has everybody thought about other indicators, welfare indicators? I haven't heard about other indicators. Nobody's saying this government is doing good or bad because they have better or worse social metrics. It's all about the economics, and that's bad because GDP increasingly talks less about reality. So we have to think about these new metrics. The ninth lever now, change our culture. We hear in management schools, we hear that culture has strategy for breakfast. Culture is much more important than any strategic approach. No matter what you do, if you haven't got that cultural mind shift, it's not going to work. We have to evolve from a traditional model. Read Hillary Cotton, she's fantastic, Radical Help, I recommend it. We have a problem because we focus on problems and fixed needs, very transactional, for risks and so on. And actually, we should redesign these services by fostering quality of life, strengthen capacities, build community, connect resources. So this is what really matters. We need to think about the culture. And the 10th lever, all of this can actually be onboarded if we can be systemic in our thought. Systems thinking for social change. These problems are interconnected and they generate different cycles, feedback cycles, to compensate, to accelerate. This systems thinking is a source, a very important source of innovation, because it's going to allow us to align all of the other elements. So we could be optimistic, right? If we have access to these levers, that would be the question, and my answer would be yes. When the levers are in place, when we generate innovation, when we've got the capacity to respond to problems from an innovative point of view, things will work, innovation will work. But we need to go from the prototype to the system. Stop the testimonials and begin scaling up. Scaling up means not devoting 5 or 10% to social innovation. No, 100%. 100% has to think along these lines. And that is where we are. Thank you so very much.
Muchas gracias, José Moisés.
Thank you so very much. We've talked a lot in this second block. We've underscored many very important aspects. And now I think that it's time for a break. It's time for a coffee, stretch your legs. And this is good also for those of you via remote. Take a little break, if you will. We'll be back at 22. Thank you.
Bienvenidos a todos.
Welcome back, everyone. We stretched our legs, we're back, we've talked about what we heard in this first half of this morning session, and we're going to now return to some of these issues because this is what we're going to be talking about now. The upcoming future, the near future, the future of social innovation in Europe, the projects that will come to foster job creation and to help persons who are at risk of exclusion to find jobs. Now, as Angel said, we're going to talk about those centers of competency for innovation, which are a fact of European life. How they exist in Spain, how they exist in a number of European member states. They've been built, they have been created, and our upcoming speakers are going to address this issue. We're going to hear about the role of the ministry in the design thereof and the development in Spain and how this is going to be good for entities. So our first speaker now is Irina Stankiewicz. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name as I should. She coordinates employment, education, and skills European Center for Competencies for Social Innovation from the Lithuanian agency. Irina, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon to everyone. I'm really glad to be here today, where we are all already collaborating and speaking about such important topics as social inclusion and social innovation. And I'm so sorry that I couldn't speak Spanish, but my nationality is Lithuanian, so I hope that my English will be understandable for you. And I'm Irina Stankiewicz, and yes, you pronounced my name very correctly, thank you for this, and from the European Social Fund Agency, which is based in Vilnius in Lithuania, and we have just started the implementation of the ESF Plus, Social Innovation Plus initiative. Therefore, I will introduce you with the activities of its initiatives, already with the updates on the European Competence Center for Social Innovation. Before I start my presentation, I would like to say that, exactly 14 years ago, I started this path and friendship with the ESF structural funds. And after all these years, I can confidently say that events like this today are really inspiring, motivating, and they join us into a community that can achieve better results than before. So, what do we do and how can you benefit from this initiative? So first of all, the overall purpose of the initiative is to facilitate the transfer and upscale innovative solutions for the societal challenges of today. So the initiative is being implemented through two work streams. We are launching EU-level calls for proposals, and we are operating European Competence Center for Social Innovations. In more practical terms, what we aim to support transnational projects that facilitate and upscale social innovations across Europe. This includes several types of actions, and some projects will conceptualize and validate tested approaches. Some will help to roll out tested models across Europe, and some will help social innovation supporting structures to increase their capacity. In addition, lots of transnational cooperation and networking activities are already being implemented and will be implemented in the nearest future. Going into more details, we are very glad that in December last year, the very first call for proposals was launched in order to help member states to integrate ALMA-type initiative in their ESF Plus programs. I'm very glad that Maria Glacia already introduced you a little bit with this initiative. So this call aims to help member states to integrate the sound mobility programs into the countries and regions where it has not yet been implemented or will be implemented in the significantly larger scale than before. 15 million euros are foreseen for that, and we are very glad that in March we received applications worth more than 14 million euros. It is foreseen that the assessment of applications will be completed by the end of this month, and the implementation of projects will start at September or October this year. The next call for proposals, which is going to be launched in summer and will be dedicated to the National Competence Centers for Social Innovation for building up and consolidating their capacity. 8 million euros are foreseen for that, and the call will be built on the previous call for National Competence Centers and encourage maintaining what has already worked and adjusting specifications where needed. The ESF plus national managing authorities represented in the ESF committee will be requested to endorse the most suitable and competent organization that could assume or continue to perform the work of National Competence Center for Social Innovation. In addition, managing authorities and implementing organizations will be encouraged to join a consortium together with this endorsed organization. It's important to mention that not all EU members were covered with the previous call, so we are really looking forward to get the endorsed organizations from all EU countries this time. And what else? It's also important to emphasize that various kinds of simplified cost options were applied during the ALMA call and will be further applied with this call. The next call for proposals, which is going also to be launched in summer this year, will be for social innovations for upskilling young needs. 7 million euros are foreseen for this call, and this year's intensive preparation and preparation of call announcements and preparation for the conditions will be completed with the last call for mitigating societal consequences of the war in Ukraine. And I know it's very important, and your colleagues before already mentioned that it is really important to think about it and to react on these societal challenges. Please note that still these terms and dates are being negotiated, and, but if you were interested in these calls, please do not hesitate to contact us. You will see our contact information on the last slide. And now I would like to continue with updates of the activities of the European Competence Center for Social Innovation. The center's essential aim is to become a knowledge hub of social innovation and to meet the needs of each member by creating a space where all can share their needs, approaches, inspiring examples, and good practices. The center already offers mutual learning, capacity building, networking activities by coordinating the work of communities of practice. And we are also supporting beneficiaries from the EU level calls by organizing seminars and other events. It has an ambition to develop a knowledge sharing platform in order to map and analyze the social innovation ecosystem in Europe. We will also validate social innovation proposals, support the validation process, and govern social innovation database, which was also introduced by Maria this morning. And in order to increase the visibility and awareness of the value that can be created by the social innovation, we are now intensively working on the preparation of communication strategy, as well as a new website for the initiative. We are regularly providing content to the European Commission's website, as well as we are continuing communication with our partners and members of networks and communities of practice on MS Teams channels. And we will also organize various events, EU-level events about social innovation, which serves multiple purposes. Speaking about mutual learning, capacity building, and networking, as I have already mentioned that we are coordinating the work of 5 communities of practice, which are working in the different areas, such as social innovation, social inclusion, employment education and skills, material support, and migrant integration. Also, the technical assistance is being provided to the EU Roma and ALMA networks. So in principle, the communities of practice are a shared space allowing members to share their experiences, to learn from each other, and of course to deepen cooperation with each other. We are working in line with our work programs, and almost all of them are already validated, but they are still open for further developments if needed. And we have foreseen various kind of events with different objectives and different formats, both online and on-site. And we are also going to produce working documents and publications such as recommendation papers, study reports, and toolkits. We're now gathering more than 300 members from national managing authorities, implementing organizations, national competence centers, representatives, as well as other relevant stakeholders. So I think it's quite a huge number of members. And what else? We do believe that these communities of practice and networks are the main vehicle for driving forward thinking, collaboration, and cooperation between each other, and of course us. And at the bottom of the slide, you can see some statistical information. Already 17 events were organized since the beginning of the implementation of this initiative, and of course, lots of them will be organized in the nearest future. Now I would like to continue my presentation with Social Innovation Match or Social Innovation Database. And it's a tool that was developed by the European Commission to promote the transfer and upscale of social innovations across Europe. It gives access to inspirational examples and connects with organizations which better addresses societal challenges of today. So in other words, you can find there really interesting cases, examples, practices, and organizations with whom you might want to work in future. It's important to mention that and organizations directly appears in this database. Local, national, and regional social innovation initiatives will be validated against appropriateness and quality by a national validator, such as National Competence Center for Social Innovation, and the EU-level and transnational initiatives will be validated by European Competence Center for Social Innovation. What else? At the moment, an awareness campaign is being created and coordinated in order to increase the visibility, the knowledge of this database, and of course, to increase the usage of it. We also think that communication here is the main key, and we also had a meeting with national validators in order to support them and to simplify this validation process as much as we can. And what else? We're also thinking about technical improvements of this database in order to make it more user-friendly, attractive, and the most beneficial for all of us. Now I would like also to speak a little bit about social innovation ecosystem mapping in Europe. So, in principle, we aim to collect, analyze, and synthesize all the available knowledge on social innovation and to make it available in a concise format for all interested parties. By saying that, I mean that we have already started gathering the information, the mapping reports that were produced by the national competence centers. Of course, we still miss information from some countries, but nevertheless, we hope to have the whole picture in the nearest future, and we are going to produce a report which draws a joint picture of what have national competence centers already learned about social innovation ecosystems in their countries. I have also already mentioned that we aim to develop a knowledge sharing platform in order to continue the monitoring of this ecosystem. And of course, with a perspective to simplify the collaboration between us and national competence centers, and to have the best results that we can with this system. Of course, still big and huge works are still ahead of us, but we understand that national competence centers will remain our key partners for whole the period of the implementation of the initiative. So we understand the need of an approach for collaboration between us and national competence centers, and a need of an action plan, which could include governance model, operational procedures, maybe establishment of new forms of collaboration. And for example, the dimension of collaboration and exchanges between national competence centers is also very important, as they are different. They work in different areas, not areas maybe, but in frameworks different. So we are going to produce also different tools and working methods in order they could use those that are more appropriate for them. Yes, what else? Despite this, there is maybe essential need, I should say, to have common areas of work, common fields of activities, common indicators, guidances, methodology for all of us. This is why we plan to gather national competence centers to a working group, of course together with us and with external experts, to work on these issues. In principle, the working group could be responsible for the joint development of tools and working methods that, with a perspective to apply these commonly in the nearest future, of course, for organizing workshops and seminars, and for joint advocacy actions towards European and national social innovation policies and actions. This is why we have already had a meeting with national competence centers. We introduced them with our vision, with our action plan, and we also highlighted the need of this working group. And the kickoff meeting taking place in Social Innovation Village in Portugal should be a good place to continue this discussion on the key elements of this approach, on the work program and other working modalities of the working group. And you know, as I maybe already mentioned, still a lot of work is awaiting for us, but we have a strong vision, motivation, and we are sure that we are able to join forces and to become a community which will continue supporting social innovation with different measures and activities. And the last but not least opportunity for those who were interested in my presentation and would like to assist us with the implementation of this initiative. So we are looking for external experts with a high level of experience and professional expertise to assist us with the evaluation of proposals, with monitoring of grant agreements, as well as the provision of work of national competence centers and communities of practice. Yes, here you can see the link. If you are interested, please register. The selection of the experts then will be made according to the initiative needs and based on the experts' expressed interest. And maybe for the very end, I just want to highlight that we know that the success and impact that can be created by this initiative depends on active participation of all stakeholders. So only by working together we can make this, these actions and tools as useful and dynamic as they should be. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. Take a seat. Yeah. Y de Lituania, Nos vamos a Portugal. La siguiente invitada nos va a hablar de cómo funciona en nuestro país vecino el Centro de Competencias de Innovación Social. ¿Qué instrumentos ofrece y cómo funciona? Vera Egrella Barracho es asesora estratégica y proyectos especiales en Portugal Innovação Social. También nos va a hablar en inglés.
Hola, buenos días. Me encantaría hablar en...
Hello, good day. I would love to speak Spanish, but I would end up speaking Portuñol.
And in fact, I'm here on behalf of Portugal Social Innovation, which is a mission unit of the Portuguese government. We are not yet a competence center. What does it mean, a mission unit? We were set up in 2014, so 7 years ago. And we were set up as a technical team to focus specifically on social innovation. So we were set up as a team of 15 people that was leading a public policy initiative. Why have we done this? And I just want to reflect, I just wrote this based on the first part of the session. There are 5 guiding principles that were already there in 2014. Earlier today we were talking, the world is changing. And it's true that it's our perception that things are worse because in fact they are better. But let's not forget that connectivity and speed were never as bigger as now. So indeed we have quality of life, but nowadays things change too fast. What does it mean? It leads me to the second point of why focusing on social innovation. Vulnerabilities and inequalities, more and more, they are in our day-to-day life. They are not a niche thing. They are not only of a few people. They are of all of us. And when we talk about inequalities, we talk about social, economical, cultural. And all of us sitting in this room, we are exposed to those vulnerabilities. Second, and this leads me to the third point, which means more than ever, our generation, the current period we are living requires skills to deal with change. And for that, this relates with the previous point. If we look to vulnerabilities, we need also not to look to those who need help, but also those who provide help. Us, as professionals, practitioners, we need to embed new skills in our day-to-day life. And as someone else was mentioning, it's not enough just to do change from one side, it's to the other way around. We also need to reinforce our ability to think about innovation, our culture of innovation as professionals of this area. The fourth principle and guiding principle to have a public policy priority in Portugal for social innovation was also to support the social sector to become a driver of creating an impact economy, meaning to accompany what our generations are asking nowadays. More and more we see new generations, they are very much committed to society. They require all stakeholders to think about how are we making this world a better world, and we have this in this room. We've been doing that for many, many years. So we need to change the perception of the social sector and show it as a creator of value and not just we need to have it. And 5, which is, I think, that summarizes what I've just said, is to think a new way of social intervention. So this is, until now, until recently, what we've done in Portugal was a pilot, was a testing of how can we redesign, let's say, if I can say it like this, a new way to provide social assistance to society. And so, long story short, we started by being a technical team under the Prime Minister office in 2014. We went, I think, like here in Spain, through many different governments in the last couple of years. And so currently we are a technical team under the responsibility of the Ministry of Social Cohesion. The good thing, and that we keep until now, and at the end I'll have news also to share with you, the thing that is at the core of this initiative and our mission unit is that we focus on social innovation. It's our priority. So all the funds we use from the ESF, and I'll also explain you, but this only happened because of the ESF funding. It was available, so we could create all of this. But the thing that is hidden and more it's more loudly said is that no matter the change in the government, we will always be under a ministerial area that is transversal. Because since we are working with social and complex challenges, we cannot be within what I say a thematic ministry. We need to be across a thematic ministry because we need to deal with justice, with health, with employment, with education, and all of it. And I'll stop here now because I brought a video, because besides, listening to me, I think it's good to see some of the projects we've been supporting, and then after the video, I'll just go a bit through what we have done in terms of mechanisms and what we are thinking about the future. So if someone can put the video, I'll be most thankful.
We often dream of a different world. The challenges and problems we face as a community are more and more complex and require creative responses. Many solutions have already proven to be effective, but they are not enough. We also need to look in another direction. Portugal Social Innovation is a pioneering public initiative in Europe that uses European Union funds to support innovative social projects designed to improve the way we live. It fosters social entrepreneurship, mobilizes public and private investors, and encourages partnerships for the development of innovative ideas with social impact through innovative financing instruments and a close relationship with entrepreneurs and the most dynamic institutions. The world is changing, but the core values of imagination, solidarity, and teamwork remain the cornerstones of the best future we can hope for. Portugal Social Innovation monitors hundreds of entrepreneurial projects daily and creates conditions for conscious and impactful investments all over the country. Currently, Portugal Social Innovation is the largest catalyst for social entrepreneurship in Portugal. It is an international reference in the development of policies and funding programs to foster its vibrant and emerging ecosystem. Always together, in favor of a more sustainable and just society. It is possible to dream of a different world. It is also possible to change it now. Portugal's social innovation, thinking differently, since 2014.
So I know it was a bit longer than usually these videos should be, but I think they illustrate quite well what we do. And I just bring this video because, again, you can realize from the images that when we talk about social innovation projects, in fact, we're talking about interventions that we know since ever. It's nothing new. We are not talking about rocket science. But one of the differences that Portugal's social innovation brought is that, in fact, we are rewarding or recognizing the talent, the creativity that exists within the social sector. And this can come both from social entities, or entities, let me correct, entities that are non-for-profit and for-profit. This was the change we brought, because Portugal's social innovation in 2014 got a double mandate, and that's what you see on the slide. We are a public policy initiative, but we are responsible to manage a 115 million funding line. And what we said, and what it was decided, is that this is only for social innovation. So it's not, as someone said earlier, it's not just hidden somewhere, it's not a small percentage of the program X or Z, it's an exclusive program only for social innovation. It's for profit and non-for-profit, but then at the same time, we had the mandate to develop a social investment market in the country. What does it mean? We need also to bring to the table those that are funding social entities beyond the state, and this means foundations and corporations. With that mandate, we were able to, let's say, create a quite favorable ecosystem. I think 7 years later, we can say it's a quite robust ecosystem, quite dynamic. Once again, we always talk about social entrepreneurs, social innovators, because we don't want the program to be addressed to the specificities or the legal entities code of entities. No, it's what you're producing. And so the focus of the program is that we will use European social funds to drive a change in the sector. And we cannot do that alone. So the principle that we were promoting towards the social entities, we also embedded internally. And why? Because we realized that to have a social innovation public or funding program, we needed to be very clear what we were funding. And when we understood what we were funding, we also understood the funds we have, they are not enough. And what are we funding? And that's what I wanted to highlight in this slide. We are funding, or we were funding, and that's why I always talk in the past, because in fact we were using funds of the previous funding cycle. So as you know, they concluded in 2020, and our last calls were in 21, 22 because of COVID and so on. But it was clear to us that the money we had was not enough, and that we wanted to fund, and if you look to the image, you can see we wanted to fund both indirect intervention, meaning we were disbursing funds to entities that in fact work with social economy players to develop solutions. What are these type of entities? Incubators, accelerators, universities, you name it. Or then direct intervention, and then is with the players that are on the field dealing with the end users. At the same time, we also wanted to make it clear that we were funding preventive solutions, so more anticipating the problems of tomorrow, but at the same time, we know we also need to be act now, so we were also funding things that were already on the ground. So what does it mean? It means that at the same time, we were funding experimentation, or we were funding the capacity of entities to scale or improve what they were doing. And for that, I will not go much into detail, but just to let you know, this was also an innovation within public administration. And I think this is something we've been discussing with the Competence Centers, which is, it's possible by using ESF funding that has been there for many years, that often people say, it funds only a segment, it funds only intervention, social intervention with people and vulnerable groups or marginalized groups. No, it's possible to also be innovative and creative, so that's what we also did within our own systems and approaches. So one of the things, it was challenging, it was not easy, but instead of having one size fits all, meaning one type of funding scheme or call for proposals, we created 4 different funding instruments, which generated around 17 call for proposals. And these instruments, the names are the capacity building for social investment, the partnerships for impact, the social impact bonds, and the social innovation fund. The idea is that the instruments, they accompany the needs and the potential of the projects. So sometimes what you need is funding to build the capacity of your entity in order to innovate or increase your impact. That's a type of scheme, so capacity building for social investment. Sometimes you need to experiment or you just need to expand what you're doing. That's partnerships for impact. Some other times you do have a great service, but this service contributes to a responsibility of the state, and no one will pay for that unless the state. So that's a social impact bond, because we design an instrument that in fact is a kind of a public-private partnership approach. So the aim is that you work side by side with the state for a period of time, and if the results are good, the state should embed the solution, and that's the challenge. And then we had a financial instrument, the social investment fund, innovation fund, sorry, which is for companies, startups. More and more we see impact-driven startups. Many associations in Portugal are actually becoming social businesses, and the idea here was to bring funds to them, either to become bigger, to change their systems, to grow, to internationalize. So the thing is, our recommendation is that even the instruments or ESF funding, it's possible to be used in an innovative way within the state. And long story short, what did this create? I told you already, and you saw in the video, it's still small scale. Come on, 115 million euros of ESF, it's small. I think I can say in this room, it's around 2% of our entire ESF budget, a bit less even. So it's nothing. But at the same time, it was a decision the state made 7 years ago that they had the responsibility to foster innovation from within. And with that, that commitment resulted 7 years later in 101 million from ESF, only for social innovation projects, and 51 million euros from social investors. Again, not much detail, but also one of the things, because today we talk about collaboration, I think it's important also to make sure that public authorities don't ask only for collaboration outside, they also bring collaboration inside. And one of the things that we also made compulsory for all the instruments, funding instruments we had, is that no partnership could be presented without being in partnership or in collaboration with a social investor. What is a social investor? Is an entity, an entity not from the social sector, so it can be private or public, that was co-investing, so putting money on the project together with us. Our funding, our program will never fund 100%, but will never ask the social entities to put the remaining budget. So the remaining budget was also given by a third party. You can see, and I'll not go much into detail, but what does it mean? It means that the ecosystem became quite diverse. It means that the ecosystem, obviously, and our social economy ecosystem in Portugal is changing. We have the majority of associations, charities, foundations, but then we also have companies. And that for us was quite interesting to see. And then on the other hand, bringing money, we saw the private sector, you know, the social responsibility areas, they are getting more strategic and they are working side by side with us, with the government. I'll skip this one and I'll just show you that direct intervention was very important, but then also indirect intervention, because this made possible a network of incubators, social innovation incubators in the country, and now in the end they are the ones who keep providing support to the interventions on the ground. Main challenge, I'll skip this and give success factors because I'll focus on the key learnings. I think this is better, and then the slides will be shared, you can see it. Because the key learnings summarize the challenges and the success factors, because that was a reflection we did 2 years ago, and this is already for the future. So what we recommend, even for the competence centers, is that you need different financing solutions. One size doesn't fit all, and ESF allows you to do that. You need blended finance solutions. It cannot be always the burden on the grant schemes, and it cannot always be a grant scheme in our view. Sometimes the money can only go one way, but others the money can go and come back, because that will allow to have more funding and investment for new solutions. It's important to have, each country should have a specialized entity focusing on social innovation. In fact, and I'll correct, because this morning someone spoke about, perhaps not focus on social innovation, but focus on innovation for society. That's very much important, and because often innovation is just across the industrial side. It's important to have strategy at local and regional level. Our success is also because our team actually is not centralized in Lisbon. We are, and you know, Portugal is quite small. We didn't have the need to have regional offices, but we do have, and that made it was a game changer. Municipalities, key partners, because they can co-fund with us, and in fact, they are the ones ensuring the sustainability of many of the interventions. And in fact, when we talk about policies, policy change starts with local policy. Capacity building is critical, and when we put for all stakeholders, again, it's not only for the social sector, it's not only for the end users, it's public functionaries. We need to develop the culture of innovation within public administration, and that's why we need competence centers. And incubation and acceleration can be really this driver of developing an ecosystem, a local and regional ecosystem, because then this also connects with what someone said this morning, to build more participatory approaches. It's not to build things from a desk, it's to build things from living labs and dynamics at local level. And last but not least, because we keep talking but we don't do it internally, and even ourselves in 7 years, we haven't done, but we need to have better impact assessment and management systems, and at least common frameworks in order to report on impact. And social innovation, indeed, we can fund not only disruptive, but incremental social innovation. The future, and I'm stopping, I'll go towards the end. The future for Portugal, and I think for everyone, this is a result of actually the pilot of 2 years, because Portugal was also part of a consortium like Spain was. We were part of a consortium with Ireland, Bulgaria, and Cyprus. So for 2 years, even though we had already a unit in Portugal looking to social innovation, we were very much happy to see this initiative of the Commission to set up competence centers. So we made a reflection among 4 countries, and then we started exchanging with our partners, including Spain, and we realized what we need for the country is an impact agenda. Once again, the idea is that let's change this mindset. We need to create more impact. There is a hidden impact revolution, some people say, so let's accompany that. So what we've done in the framework of the pilot was we have, and when I say we, that's very much important. I will not go so much on the 5 objectives, 4 stakeholders, and 14 recommendations, just to say who are the 4 stakeholders. The first stakeholder, it's ourselves, as a competence center or as a catalyst. We need also to reassess what we are doing. The second is the social sector, the third the public, and the fourth the private sector. And why when I say we and this impact agenda is so important, this was a bottom-up exercise. Even though we were the facilitator and somehow we represent the state, the idea was that this gathered around, let's say, 30 entities representing the ecosystem. When we say the ecosystem, it's these different players, and they were the ones putting together recommendations for the 4 players. So from capacity building to new instruments, to new approaches, challenges, societal challenges we need to address, and so this made a difference. And in fact, we also brought academia to be our, let's say, neutral partner on this discussion. And concluding, why are we committed so much to this agenda? And why in 2014 this happened? In fact, it was because of the sector. In 2014, the sector came together, so the social entities came together, and they, well, not in 2014, it was in 2012, 2013, they demand to the state a change, because we were going through a bailout, unemployment was going up, our problems were too difficult to address, there was not enough money in the country, and the sector demanded we need we need more collaboration between public and private initiatives. We need to put the impact economy at the core. So what I'm trying to say is that the change doesn't come from within. The change comes from from the sector, from the ecosystem. So I think the competence centers will provide this favorable environment for people to meet and to provide these recommendations then for political decision. Good point, and last point, I'm very happy because I just got an email. We renewed our mandate, and I'm happy because the mandate also requires and asks us to increase our collaboration at the Iberian level and at European level. So the Portugal's Social Innovation Mission Unit was renewed until 2030. We are increasing our team from 15 to 22, and in fact, and that's a recommendation we'll do to the centers, the competence centers, is it's not enough to have structures funding innovation for society. We need also to produce more knowledge, and we need also to further collaborate and engage. And actually, we need to start addressing challenges and not just thinking about marginalized people, because the vulnerability is within us. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure, and I hope we can continue the conversation.
Thank you very much, Vera. Very interesting examples, both of you. Bueno, para...
And very good. Now, before we go to questions, let's return to Spain. We've seen different examples. We've heard from our colleagues from Lithuania and Portugal, but what is going on in Spain? Berta González Antón is with the Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. She's an advisor to the cabinet of the minister, and she is going to be providing information. Thank you very much. I hope that you can all hear me. Let me begin by saying thank you very much to Acción contra el Hambre. Thank you, especially Alicia. Thank you for the organization. This is wonderful, being able to talk and share and compare what we are doing. This is a round table, not a table. Irina and Vega are here. It's a round session, if you will. And well, what they've said, of course, is of tremendous importance for us. And thank you very much also for having social innovation be at the heart of things. Perhaps not only as the node, but also as the framework or key strategy that we have to avail ourselves of if we are to advance in what we call social transformation projects. This is what we are trying to achieve. And I say trying with a capital T because this is trial and error, I have to say, for every single one of us. The Secretariat of State not only finances initiatives, we also try to implement social innovation from the public administration. That's why I say we're trying, because it's complex and because it's a learning process. So what I want to share with you is exactly this learning process that we're working on, that we've been working on for about 3 years now. We've understood that in order to do our job as we must to tackle these political priorities, social innovation is going to be the leitmotif. It's going to be the way we're going to establish our relationship with others. This is how we're going to identify strategies and tools and methodologies which will ensure a better impact and really being closer to that which matters to persons. So within this process, we have also developed, and actually we are currently designing, what we believe in Spain should be a center of competencies, the CERIS. That's the Center of Reference for Social Innovation in Spain. The Spanish acronym is CERIS, C-E-R-I-S. I think that what we need to do is really put a spotlight on this. We need to fund and challenge, identify the challenges, and think there are political priorities, and the Secretary of State does assess them. But this question, I think, responds to one of the main issues, which has to do with how we can progress towards alternatives of a better life, so important, within the community. Trying to implement this approach which will guarantee community solutions for all persons. A good life for all persons, leaving no one behind. Because it would seem that in the social answers that have been given in our past, there are persons persons whose circumstances are such that they are left on the sidelines. They are left outside of what we would define as a community, where we live, where we develop our life's projects. So we have spotlighted this challenge and these specific groups, so the elderly who need more and more support, and therefore the social response will be what it is. And then persons who are homeless, persons who have disabilities, who also have to overcome challenges in order to live independently within the community, and then in childhood and in adolescence, whatever is contained and whatever is left outside the protection system. So this is the question. As we heard from Patricia before, as we heard from other persons who've addressed us, well, this is a complex question. It's a very difficult problem, and we need to be aware of this, because if we are not aware of it, then we might be thinking about solutions that will only lead to frustration. This is complex. This is what in English is called a wicked problem. They don't have a single solution. No, they're difficult to actually understand, and they, I think, call for these responses. Social innovation, I think that's the best way of identifying the paths to follow, which will allow us to reach the best possible solution. It's also important that when we think of generating these responses, when we think of what it is that must be done from these series, we need to understand that these transformational processes are very complex. They are made up of what we call waves of transformation, waves, which often enough are the result of sources of funding. So Next Generation, for instance, that targets specifically social transformation projects, and they come and go. There's a tide, as there is in a wave. So sometimes you advance, and sometimes actually you're left behind. So these are processes that are being run in the different pilots that we are backing. And what we see is that mistakes are made and failure happens. This is difficult, but it's important. You need to justify it, of course, those of you who are implementing projects, but it's important that we all understand that we all have the necessary mechanisms so that all we seek is not only successful. No, we need to ensure that these processes guarantee learning, so that come the next wave, we will know what the priorities are and we will be able to furthermore improve on our competencies. As we saw in our slides before, this is very relevant, and maybe we're thinking about cultural change. This is an essential framework. So these challenges that we face, which is very complex, we believe calls for leaving the traditional systems behind. So planning systems, public policies, we need to invest, we need to work, we need to talk, we need to establish a dialogue in these spaces where it's actually possible, to develop proposals that are ambitious, creative, and especially disruptive, that can in fact provide other responses, because this not only has to do with new activities, but with things that we must no longer do, and that's very complex. That calls for these processes that are disruptive as well. And something else, I'm going to share some final thoughts now. It has to do with the need we've had, which we understand, by the way, this clear need to shorten the distance between the designers of public policies and those who implement them in practical terms. So we want to onboard this learning in specific venues, focusing on what we want to transform, and furthermore, understanding that these new solutions will only be possible if public policies actually facilitate or make possible actions which in current legislation are not contemplated. So we need to be closer. There needs to be a dialogue established when we think about this implementation. I believe also that these series may be an excellent strategy to generate those spaces so that these distances can actually be shortened. What we've seen is a space or a context of opportunities. When I talked about the wave, well, this has to do with the political will. This is definitely one of the points that are extremely important. We need to have that political will so that these processes of change actually happen, stemming from the public administration, but other circumstances are important as well. So we see what the context is. There was, I think there continues to be more social awareness regarding the need to transform the system to guarantee care. In other words, everything that has to do with caregiving and support in Spain. I think the pandemic cast a strong spotlight on our reality. We have come to understand that we need to advance along these lines. This is a priority. This is pressing. So this is a validation, if you will, of what we actually do. And another very important issue is next generation funds, which aim to fund good projects and which aim to fund projects and initiatives that contribute to social transformation. That was what we were accountable for, building a mechanism that would facilitate this process. So, from the Secretariat of State, we understand that social innovation must be a leitmotif to establish a relationship with the context, and this is the Volcasis project, one of the 6 consortia that are funded thanks to the EASY funds, together with France, Sweden, and Latvia. We have learned in order to develop and implement that center of competencies in Spain. So these processes have run simultaneously. We have onboarded learnings in all. Allow me now very briefly to share information about the project. Please visit our website because you're going to see different partners involved in the project. You're going to see also many results. The project wrapped up last month, but we continue to work. As I said before, our objective, as you can see on slide, is to foster transnational cooperation and mutual learning to create or strengthen institutions or entities that act as national centers of reference with the aim of fostering a social innovation ecosystem in the different member states. This is the aim of the Buicasus. There's 2 countries that have and 2 countries that do not have this center. So we're generating learning, exchanges with regards anything and everything involved in the project. The project has involved a number of different stages or packages, and you'll see on our website a very interesting document which includes a map of initiatives, the ecosystem in Spain as it stands right now. We've also worked on something we saw before. This is something that is pending. That's the processes for scaling, replicating different projects. So that's solutions. And thus we have been able to travel to different countries and learn from other experiences. And we've visited with persons from the tertiary sector so that we learn about scaling activities. You'll see on our website different methods and tools for exchanges to foster social innovation, and at the end of the day, each country has designed our roadmap, as it were, in order to launch and implement this Center of Competencies for Social Innovation. Buicasus as a project guarantees learning, guarantees exchanges, where Acción contra el Hambre has been very active, as well as other tertiary sector entities, other agents and stakeholders who have actually sat down together to talk and learn jointly. So along these lines, let me very briefly share with you and explain how we ran parallel to Buicasus this entire initiative or movement or process whereby solutions are provided to that challenge that I described before. These are 3 proposals that are interconnected among themselves. They aim at adding to that wave of transformation. So on the one hand, we've launched what we call a platform for social innovation, which we believe is a kernel of what in the future should be the reference center, the CERES in Spain. This is a platform which attempts to test with different solutions, by means of different solutions, different alternatives to guarantee a good life in the community, especially focusing on prevention of institutionalization in Spain, whereby we see 20 projects, which I will very briefly describe in a couple of minutes' time. This platform is our learning space, and the objective is that all of the learning afterwards can be transferred to our public policies. This platform, furthermore, is accompanied by a very ambitious research project with the Carlos III University, which aims at collating information, scientific evidence, and so on, which we want to use as a guidebook in our country so that we understand how we can actually tackle these processes when we talk about prevention of institutionalization. And third, this ambitious public survey, this debate, which is the public strategy for deinstitutionalization. It's design of a strategy. The three are interconnected, and we can advance much more quickly. We see that we are contributing to add value to what we're doing in our country. As I said before, these are the 20 projects. These are 20 pilots that are being funded by the Secretariat of State thanks to Next Generation funds. These are pilots that are truly ambitious. Some of the team members are here. You're learning, you're doing things differently, so it's learning a little bit painful, and you're collaborating. You're doing this jointly. There's over 150 organizations, 156. No, I'm sorry, she corrects herself, 137, 20 projects that are pilots that are running on these proposals together with the regional and municipal authorities. And generating spaces via learning communities, on-site meetings, different systems that allow us to build the ecosystem for social innovation purposes that will contribute to reorientating public policies and generating opportunities to exchange in sectors that perhaps were turning their backs to each other. And we're seeing also different realities. So this is interesting. As I said before, this for us is a kernel of what the center will eventually become. So it is along these lines that I'd like to share very briefly some objectives. I don't have very much time. It would be wonderful if I did have more time, because now we're actually discussing with different organizations how they see what we're working on, which is our roadmap and our proposal in Spain. So here you see the mission. We were talking about this yesterday, we were debating, we were comparing, and this is how we believe we should actually go about things at CERES level in Spain. In Spain, we have an ecosystem for social innovation. Very many organizations are working along these lines, and we believe the center has to contribute to whatever it is that already exists. So we have to multiply the possibilities of working together. Multi-agents, that was the idea that Vera discussed before, which we believe is essential. Thinking about providing multiple responses, because we want to provide multiple responses to complex social challenges. We believe the center should adapt to these realities and therefore must have spaces available for community focus, understanding what the complexities are, and openly encouraging in a holistic way a sum total of stakeholders, methodologies, and actions. I love I love this mission. I don't know whether you agree or not, but we're working on that because what we want to do is launch it. As we fine-tune our mission, we will identify the lines of action, the processes, but we believe that there is a fundamental portion which has to do with listening exercises that are very close to this idea of cultural change. Also, the possibility of generating exchanges, focusing on learning, skilling, learning, again, counseling services. This is something that organizations from the tertiary sector insist upon. This is important also, which has to do with doing things better in terms of scaling and replicating and transferring, and also a funding line. This is very much in line with what's been described this morning. But something else which I think is important is that we can do, before we have services up and running at the Secretariat of State level, we believe in this combination of projects that call for social innovation, large scale, that are interconnected. So it's not about isolated funding. No, it's about generating the connection via platforms that guarantee social connection, which will develop in a parallel manner with multiple bridges, formulating and implementing public policies. We want projects that also allow us to contemplate public policies in order to clearly understand what the barriers may be for the implementation of better solutions. We believe that this may very well contribute to building a more fertile setting with more opportunities for the design of what CERES actually is. Are we doing fine time-wise? Can I continue? Because I thought that you were waving at me. No, you're not waving? All right. Well, no waving. So, final ideas. Lessons learned. Well, lessons learned. We've learned, and we'd like to share what we've learned. But we don't have lessons to teach. We've learned, and it's interesting because it speaks of what the team is trying to do. What we need to do is ensure that opportunities exist so that more complex alliances may be established. We need to be able to generate calls, yes, and also work in the tertiary sector in the field of social innovation after establishing public-private partnerships, alliances that allow for the connection of mission administrations at a state and regional and local level, so that we can all join forces and all of us stride towards achieving the same project. This calls for a process of change in how we design the calls, which I think should make these alliances possible right from the beginning. But alliances do not just sprout overnight. There is a lot of hard work behind the alliance being established. It's also very important, I think, that we understand administrative exceptionality. These are regulatory sandboxes that allow you to build processes in practical terms. In our pilots, and you know this, we are bumping into things we want to do that do make sense, but there's local legislation or specifications that hinder you from doing so, which represent a barrier. And these are issues that really make no sense at all. But since they exist on paper, there's no solution. Often enough, we are being successful in overcoming them because of what we in Spain have as administrative silence or non-response from the authorities. But there should be a piece of legislation that mandates not only is this going to be exceptional because we're going to run a test trial, but also to say this is something we're going to allow and we're going to onboard a learning process. So let's focus on what we need to change in the rules that have been set forth, and if this solution is better and impacts people's lives better, well, it may well be implemented. So something which is also important when we talk about scaling and transfer, this is important, but something we have not broached, which is very important, is something that has to do with co-production. It has to do with ensuring strategies and tools that allow for inclusion in all processes, or in as many as possible, persons from the territories, not only the beneficiaries or the users, but also the stakeholders in the community who are essential if these initiatives are truly going to be successful. So we know that there are some who know and think and receive, but we need to build space and process so as to ensure that we do things a little bit differently, and thus all of the strategies for co-production and for the design of public policies will result in very important knowledge. And finally, everything that has to do with the need to think about processes that are more progressive. They need to be agile, they need to be nimble, but they need the necessary time in order to develop everything that has to do with scalability, replication, and transfer. This is what we saw before, is what really works. And here we see a transformation wave. There's a number of people surfing the wave, and we know how difficult it is to ride the wave, and there's more waves in the background. So there will be opportunities, we know for sure. And the question as to what the center should be in Spain, what we want to do is ensure that social innovation becomes a way of doing, a way of establishing a relationship that is priority and key in order to advance towards these social changes that should be systemic. So without further ado, thank you very much for having paid attention to what I'm saying, and we're looking very much forward to whatever you want to say or questions you may have. Thank you very much. Here I am. Well, the time has come for questions. If there are questions here in the hall, we've heard very interesting thoughts, so I'm sure there must be questions from the hall. And if anybody who is with us via remote, please write your question and we will read it out. The microphone needs to be used. You can speak in Spanish or in English as you prefer, but you need to have a working microphone. The gentleman is very kindly offering to provide interpretation. All right, so I'll break the ice. And this is for the three of you. Irina, Vera, Berta. What are your recommendations to work on these processes for social innovation? What are your recommendations?
Is there any recommendation that you would like to make to improve or promote social innovation processes?
Yes. You know, as I have already mentioned.
Bueno, como ya había dicho, estoy convencida de que el impacto y el éxito de todas las iniciativas dependen de la participación de todos los involucrados. Y me refiero no solo a la importancia de la cooperación transnacional, sino también la cooperación entre los diferentes agentes que trabajen en la misma área y también colaboración intersectorial, porque a veces hay grupos que trabajan en el mismo problema pero desde distintas perspectivas y tenemos que colaborar para garantizar que se apliquen soluciones y resultados sostenibles. Y luego, otra cosa que también me parece muy importante es poner las miras no solo en los procedimientos y en la documentación, sino también en aquellos que necesitan esa ayuda. Y pensar en cómo podemos abordar estos retos juntos. ¿Puedo añadir algo más? Voy a decir algo muy pragmático porque te oigo hablando de colaboración y demás y creo que está claro que la innovación social no es nada nuevo. Llevamos años oyendo hablar de eso, pero creo que sí se puede mejorar si todas las entidades, no solo el sector social, sino el sector público y el sector privado, se unen para generar procesos que tengan el potencial de tener un impacto de generar innovación y para ello se necesita la creación de equipos diversos y esto nos lleva
prove based on data, because that's also is missing. Like often we talk about our capacity to drive innovation processes. Where is the data? So let's improve our, and when I say us, it's the public sector and the policies, the way we take decisions based on impact measurement.
Berta, no sé.
But we have this. Actually, we don't need micro.
¿No?
I just realized
No,
that
no.
now.
It's okay.
Toma. Tú sí, yo creo. Ah, tampoco. Pues nada.
That's why I was
Las cosas
listening
que ya
to
no
some-
sirven. Bueno, yo no sé, quizás son como ideas, ¿no?
Well, I don't know. I just have some bullet points. I believe that social innovation cannot be neutral. If we're neutral, we're doing something wrong. We're not doing it right. When you tackle a social innovation process, there's plenty of friction. You step on many toes because you have to confront the things that are not working and you need to change your way of doing things and your very own beliefs. So I believe social innovation needs to be uncomfortable. And when you make someone uncomfortable, that's a good sign. Because it is difficult and we have to find new ways, and that's a good sign. I also cannot imagine social innovation without alliances. And I believe that these alliances, these partnerships do not happen automatically. You need to grow them. And teams need to keep alive the mantra of who's missing, who else, who should we bring in. And I'm thinking about teams because many of you are professionals of the third sector. We need generous teams. I love this idea of radical generosity, open, transparent processes. I believe social innovation needs to rest on those values. And also, when facing that friction that innovation processes entail, we need to be deeply convinced that we can make things better for many. And that generates some optimism or hope that something better is yet to come. So perhaps these are notions about where we stand and how we can help teams do better. I have an extra microphone here. Is anyone interested in asking questions? Down there in the audience? Well, we do have a microphone for audience questions. So just raise your hand and somebody will bring it to you. Well, thank you for your contributions. My question is about scaling up and institutionalizing social innovation results. What are the top challenges to bridge the gap between social innovation processes and institutionalizing these solutions? And what's the role of information management in the whole game today and the digital transformation process, etc.?
In fact, we funded. I will speak based on experience because for the last 3 years we've been using a funding instrument. We created a social impact bond precisely to work with an entity that is focusing on this theme, and they proved that they are very successful. The way they deliver the service, they managed to prove that they could prevent the institutionalization of children because they kept things simple. They work with families at the same time. They work in context. And they also add this extra layer that it's not only towards the beneficiaries, but also changing the service, the public service delivery approach, not only based on the profile of the professionals, but also the system itself. Where does it get complex? I think this is the culture of innovation and change within public administration. And earlier today, someone was mentioning we need to change systems, or it's really a systemic approach because at the moment, the way, now it's a personal opinion, the way I see, we are creating a favorable environment to drive change within the sector. We don't have yet the endorsement, and this is a political decision, to then embed that change into service delivery, public service delivery. Why? Because at the moment, and again, I'll speak now only based on the Portuguese case, what is driving this change for the moment, in our case, it's ESF funding, so European Union funds. To make that change at national level, we need national commitment, national funds, national legislation. We need to involve the Ministry of Finance, the audit system, the Ministry of Employment, and that is not articulated at the moment. And why? Because we don't, and I speak based on my country, we don't have a culture of innovation, we don't take risks, and we lack capacity to change or improve the profile of the civil servants dealing with these type of issues in a direct way. So often they are, and it's not because of the people, but often they are locked within processes that they cannot overcome. So and I start by saying I talk out of experience because currently in the country you have a very good solution that could help us to address this problem, but what public administration tell us, but for the next 2 years we cannot do anything because we need a legislative change, and you know how it goes. And in the meantime, the government will change and will stop. So this requires political endorsement. And then also bringing this approach, everything we talked today, building capacity, it's not of the social sector, it's civil servants across all ministerial areas. Because who takes the decision is not the converted ones. Who takes the decisions at the end of the day, it's many times the Ministry of Finance. And so we need to take them on board also. So I know it's not straight to your question, but I think this is an important thing to provoke real public policy change. And I think many of the countries sitting around this table, that's our biggest challenge. But I think one thing the Competence Center is changing is that in the future, our calls or funding will not be based on beneficiaries, the entities, but on common challenges. And this one is one across the table in Europe. I see change coming.
Want to answer also, Irene?
No, I suppose we're already collaborated a lot.
¿Verdad?
Es que yo tengo más preguntas que respuestas.
Well, actually, I have more questions than answers.
Because I don't know how it's in Spain, but a change, I think it would be useful also to, I don't know, in the future, And we lived that in Portugal. I think decision-making process cannot be on the hand of those who don't know the context. You talked a lot about context, and we know like we need to involve the end users in the process of prototyping and doing things. We should also involve them in decision-making processes. One thing we try to do, for example, our team, we are not civil servants, all of us. We have civil servants in the team because they are the ones that specialize in funds, in EU funds. But then we have perhaps 30% of the team, they come from the ecosystem. They worked in social entities, they were on the ground, they are from grassroots entities because they know, and now they take decisions. So I think this can also help this change. And I just
Sí, yo estaba pensando, fíjate, también...
Yes, precisely. Speaking out of experience myself, the experience we're having with the platform today involves creating a portfolio of community solutions. And we can tag that as a social innovation folder. And we're digging into the roles. Each project is grouped by entities that have their own culture. And professional roles are being redefined. Each institution label professional roles differently. Last week we had a seminar with researchers, and one of the sessions was about roles and role definition, and someone from the academic sector came over and told me each entity is defending their own roles, or the tags they put on the roles, although the functions they deliver are very similar. So to truly scale these projects, we need that kind of generosity you were talking about, so that we can collectively build alternatives. And sometimes that involves giving up on the name you've put on something. I believe that scaling up must be accompanied by transfer processes. You need to test drive good solutions and then transfer them to people who have not even identified or don't have a shared notion that there was a problem there that requires an answer. So it's not about replicating what you do. Sometimes it's about redesigning the whole process, and that's why we need to improve our competencies. And it would be interesting to see how other sectors do it, because innovation processes happen everywhere, in the industrial sector and in so many others. So it would be interesting to see how others are faring and understand and see how those methodologies could be implemented. And as Vera was saying, understanding the cultural context when you're implementing solutions is vital. I mean, there's no constituency that is the same as the next.
Innovation processes, they happen everywhere. And what does it make it work? It's the capacity to pivot, immediately change. It's not working, so we turn left. The funding methodologies, the public funding methodologies don't allow that. We, like the policy level, okay, we do stimulate that, but then again, audit systems don't allow. Are we ready to trust? And which is tricky because at the end it's our taxpayer money, it's my money, yours money. Are we willing to take the risk that our money can be used for something that doesn't work at scale? And so this is the tricky part, because when you talk about innovation process, you know, everyone knows this might fail, but that's the risk. When we talk about this type of complex problems, that's why in our view, if you have social investors on board, the risk is not all on the state. And this is the big change. And again, don't think about public-private partnerships as a conceptual thing. Let's not think about if it's the market-driven, then. When we talk about social investors, we are talking about philanthropy. We are not talking about equity, nothing like that. The thing is, the state doesn't have enough money to solve things. It doesn't, point. So now, do we want to de-risk what we are doing? Because we have been doing that, but the de-risking has been on the social sector. Why is the social sector with low salaries? Why is the social sector fragmented? Because the social sector takes that risk on, paying less, doing more. Now, can we bring philanthropy to allow the social sector to keep doing things in a more effective way with more resources? And the state now has a role and the capacity to drive that because, in fact, the new generations are asking for that. But is the state following up or accompanying? We need to promote this culture within the public sector.
Muchísimas gracias a las tres.
Thank you very much to all three of you. Let's hear a round of applause for our experts. Thank you so much for sharing your projects and helping us understand how competence centers work in your regions. Thank you once more.
Bueno, hemos hablado de
Well, we've talked about transformation waves, learning processes, inclusion, social innovation, of course, and the Wicasus project. Acción contra el Hambre, through the European network, are driving social innovation in Spain and Europe. At present, the network is made up by 474 member entities coming from all 28 European Union countries. The network is proven to be a full ecosystem that drives the creation of knowledge, experience exchange, and assistance to those in risk of social labor inclusion. And how they manage to do that? Well, by fostering the creation of alliances and partnerships and European financing programs that will provide the resources they need to continue to innovate. At the same time, the network organizes the yearly meeting of good practices, a space for work and cooperation in Europe in which member entities are made familiar with innovative projects from other entities, to learn from them and to boost them and implement them in their own sphere. So the time has come now for prizes and awards. 6 organizations have had an outstanding work and commitment to provide employment and entrepreneurship solutions for the specific needs of those in vulnerable conditions. We want to use this occasion to acknowledge the excellent work these entities have done in favor of a more just and inclusive society, and a greener one too. Therefore, the 2 runner-up entities and the winner entity for each category. So, Luis González, Director of Technical Engineering and Social Action for Spain in Acción contra el Hambre, please come back on stage to hand out the awards. We're getting everything ready. So let's start for practices in the category of inclusive employment. Great work by International Professionals Finland with the runner-up good practice degree Amplify. Luciana Verona, project manager and member of the Interprof Finland board, receives the award.
¿Se lo doy?
Bueno, sí.
Invitamos también al escenario.
Next to come up on the stage, Leiden Jauregui, Technician of Social Labor Inclusion. The award for the Bodsen from the Savandus Institution, a successful initiative she will tell us about in a few minutes.
Culminamos esta entrega de...
And we will wrap it up with the actual winner in this category, the FACIAM network and their good practice, Future and Go. Susana Hernandez, chair of the FACIAM network, receives the award.
Gracias, Luis. Pues es momento ya ahora.
Well, the time has come to hear about those good practices so we can learn from them. So Degree Amplify is a project to assist international professionals in Finland to better understand the process of certifying professional skills acquired abroad. Sometimes a must to have access to dignified employment. The entity Interprofinland that facilitates the integration of people who have recently moved to Finland will tell us in detail about this relevant initiative. Luciana, we can't wait to hear what you have to say.
¿Habla ahí? Perfecto.
Bueno, antes que nada hablo español.
Well, first of all, I do speak Spanish. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I will deliver my presentation in English because it's our working language in the organization. And also, so I can address our colleagues and followers online.
We are an NGO, a non-profit association of migrants in Finland. And our goal is to include everyone into the Finnish work ecosystem. And I'm sure that everyone knows about Finland as a leader of social policies, and Finland does huge efforts for integration. But in reality, when immigrants come to Finland, there are still some gaps. And for us, the main gap we have identified is that highly educated migrants finding qualification-matched employment is a huge challenge. And many of the members of our association face this problem. The reasons are really complex, but integration in Finland is not easy. We can name certain reasons like discrimination and prejudice, lack of Finnish language skills. In Finland, language barrier is a problem. The lack of recognition of education or experience acquired abroad. The use of informal recruitment practices, so there is a lot of recruitment happening in Finland through contacts and networking. And for an immigrant whose integration is not easy, this kind of recruitment practices exclude them, obviously. And then a perceived organizational mismatch, which means that companies are not even calling the applicants for an interview because they think in advance that they're not going to be a good match. So I have highlighted what we decided to focus on is how to allow people to use what they already know and to use the skills they already acquired without being forced to reskilling, right? Studying a different career, changing and doing a whole different thing that what they have been trained to do. And for us, we are a small association and very new. We were established 2 years ago. For us, the question was, what kind of support do these immigrants require, and what can we do about it? With being such a small association, and our response was community. And what we were perceiving in our association is that it is very, very difficult to find a community when we come to Finland. for several reasons, again, for communication barriers, for really many, many different reasons, even climate. And we found that community is a powerful tool, and we often underestimate it, but peer support is really important. It empowers, it gives identity, it gives a sense of inclusion, and many people who are fighting to establish themselves in Finland and settle their careers, right? Because in our association, we are a set of career-minded members. It is very important to be able to create this community for them. And our concept was very simple. So we decided that it's really good to give step-by-step personalized support to apply for recognition of qualifications obtained abroad. So just a small step towards being integrated into the labor market. But we do that by matching a participant to the program with a volunteer who has already gone through the process to coach and support based on their own experiences, giving tips and creating collaboration. So it's a very simple concept, but it's very it's very good. It brings very good results. People feel supported. People feel listened to. They can share what they lived through. They can meet other people who are going through the same. And the practice includes these 4 also simple ways of doing this. On a first stage, we intend to inform. For someone who is a newcomer in Finland, let's not forget that also many of the immigrants in Finland don't speak English as a first language, so it's also their second language. So even if they find information in English, which sometimes they don't, but when they do, that's not also their native language in many of the cases. And so informing was very, very essential. Some people didn't even know which professions are regulated, so we do this by an online webinar. It's a very simple methodology. It's very, it's financially viable. It's really simple and good. It's accessible in all the country, in the whole of Finland. And through that, we can inform people about regulations, terminology, which authorities carry on the process. And this is open to the general public. And then we do that by a practical workshop. That is already only intended for the program participants. And it is very simple. It is just, it involves getting together with people and discussing and looking at the information and looking at the application forms and thinking about how they are going to do this, what's the time, what's the budget. And in practice, this is very, very good also for networking and again, for sharing and for feeling the community behind us. Then we do this collaborative targeted coaching, we call it like that. It consists of online or offline meetings. So sometimes it's online because we have people from all over the country. But when it's possible, it's also in person, of course, to receive help from the actual individual, which is sometimes difficult to get in Finland. It is as you know, a country that is very developed digitally. Services are available digitally on the internet. There's a lot of information, but it's sometimes difficult to get help from an actual individual. So having these meetings, again, give a sense of community and support and encourages people to move forward with the process. That is sometimes very discouraging, it's very expensive, it's very long. And give them this support to apply. And peer support, because in all this process, we allow people to meet peers, not only their coaches, but also other participants. We create contacts. We inform about other associations, professional associations that are helping. And yeah, promoting personal relationships, creating more community so that people feel accompanied. And very briefly, this is our program. Thank you. Gracias. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Luciana. Sin lugar a dudas.
Thank you very much. There's no doubt that what you're doing is absolutely essential in order to do away with one of the main obstacles which many persons face when they move to your country. So now, Batsen, this is a project from Zabalduz. This is a group of persons who work at a center for minors in the Basque Country. This is a good practice and it's been fantastic. It's guaranteed the process whereby youth transition to adult life, persons aged from 16 to 26. They are a part of the protection network of Gipuzkoa, which is up north. Larry Horrigy is the technical expert and she's going to provide the specifics. Let's hopefully be able to keep it very brief so that we can unveil the mystery afterwards in our networking session. But Batsen is one that dates from 2021. We work with Gipuzkoa, and what we do is we facilitate itineraries which are bespoke and individual for persons who are between 16 and 23 years of age who live in the residences of Gipuzkoa systemically. I'm going to underscore this concept. How? Thanks to the coordination of different agents, stakeholders. We have companies, training centers, tertiary sector, public administration, and young persons who are living in these residences, so as to ensure that they can truly land a job and can truly become independent. But we have a good relationship with companies. We call them foster companies. These are companies that wish to contribute to social and work-related inclusion projects for these young people. What we want to do at Batsen is be a bridge, a conduit to establish potential meeting places for companies and youth in order to work on social inclusion coming and going, not as traditionally one single lane, so youth approach the company, but no, having companies reach out to these youth with the aim of creating those personalized itineraries and also so as to ensure that more social cohesion flows. But we do have different working methodologies with the companies. The degree of commitment is low, medium, or high. So low would be visiting a company, visiting the centers where these young people live, rehearsed job interviews, then individualizing by intermediation or by signing inclusion agreements, and finally we would actually have yearly plans to ensure placement within companies. But all of this by means of the Batsen platform. What we have in the platform is the assessment of young people, and this by using different indicators which allow us to actually access information regarding the needs and interests of each one of the persons whom we work with. So we have personalized itineraries, and we work with different companies that actually establish the network. They come from different sectors. They're small, they're medium-sized, they're large, and what we want to do is provide a response to the interest evinced by these young persons, and these are some of the participants. But Gipuzkoa is very tiny. We're up north in Spain and we're very small. The project has been segmented into 3. Within the cooperative that has these resources available to it, we had an implementation stage last year, which we have tested and which we've implemented with other tertiary companies that also are active in Gipuzkoa. And Batsen right now provides specialized support to Gipuzkoa in the field of social and work related. So all of the persons involved, the 500 young persons, may take advantage of Batson in order to develop their socio and work related itineraries. It's been 1.5 years and we have facilitated 120 social inclusion projects. We have ensured over 30 long-term employment activities, and we have a network of over 75 companies. Gipuzkoa, as I say, is up north and very tiny, so this is no mean feat. If you have questions, I'll be very happy to take them. Thank you very much. Eskere Casco. Eskere Casco, Larry, what a wonderful project. I have to say that the situation which many young people find themselves in once they are of age, often enough, is absolutely critical. And projects such as this one actually allow us to understand the specific case history from a holistic vantage point. Susana Hernandez now is going to talk about the best practice. This is from FASHIAM, targeting young people who face the threat of exclusion, recommending a new model to ensure autonomy of young persons without resources. A wonderful example of technical expertise and a humanistic approach. Spain is the place where they carry out their activities, and they especially focus on the homeless. Thank you. Congratulations, Luciana and Lere, and congratulations to the team, Futuro Anco. I think that without the hard work of all of the persons involved, this would not have been achieved. Let me begin with a question. Imagine what it's like turning 18 and having your birthday present be you're out on the sidewalk, you're out on the street, people look at you, and because you're young, they think that you're a dimwit, you're thinking only about partying, but what you're really worried about is survival. If you found yourselves in this situation, how would you like to be helped out? I personally would like to be asked, what do you want? And that's exactly what we did in our group. We created labs, we joined youth, the Complutense University, social specialists, and by asking questions and providing answers, we built a model that responds to the real needs and real hopes of youth who are at risk of socio-residential exclusion, with the aim of not having them live in institutions. This is a very complex word in Spanish. This was exciting and difficult, and it became Futuro Onco within the FASHIAM network. 11 entities are involved. They have a presence in 6 regions and 7 cities. We have a joint project with a common methodology, and this is not always easy. You understand that it's difficult to be aligned. 179 residential spaces. We rely on the ministry and Agenda 2030, Next Gen funds. And the problem of homelessness is very complex, not very well known. Many factors make it very complicated. And we believe, as we've heard other speakers say, we believe that a complex reality calls for an innovative approach. So first, we believe that if we are to tackle homelessness, the linchpin will be the residents. This is what everything conjoins in. But there's more. We believe that a decent job contributes to social integration, but not only a decent job. We believe also that as you transition into adult life, These young persons cannot do it on their own. They need to be backed. They need to be accompanied. And that's why we include the community in this equation. We furthermore believe that young people have their own reading as to what their lives must be. And we believe that this emancipation must be accompanied and informed in order for it to be a success. Our mission in this project has us seeking opportunities, tearing down barriers, clearing the way so as to ensure that this integration is as successful as possible. And thanks to support, legal support, healthcare, mental health care, training, skilling, economic assistance for self-management, and by means of innovative tools also, such as, for instance, youth being involved in the project. This has to be a test run for eventual engagement in society and other work-related paradigms by ensuring that people have a voice in order that they may be the owners of their past, their present, and their future by means of self-narrating paths. Our project also links youth with mentors who will guide them, provide support to the highest degree possible as these young people advance in their professional development, and encourage them so that they actually be able to build that integration, so that they become citizens. Because what we want at the end of the day is for these young people, men and women alike, be true citizens. And we think that the best possible model is one that does not call for living in institutions, so that these young people become independent, in control of their lives, and in a situation to take decisions as to what they aspire to achieve in their future. There are very many testimonials, and this is Abdullah. This is one of the 179 young men who participated in the project. This is Abdullah. Yes, I have the feeling that I did something in my life. I worked, I have a new family in Spain. I began to train as a cook in order to have my accreditation so that I can work in Spain. That was my objective, yes. Well, thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Susana, por introducirnos.
Thank you, Susana, very much. You've talked about homelessness, so important, exclusion of a socio-residential nature, talking about that approach, that methodology. This is a fantastic project. And definitely you deserve this recognition. But don't go, because now we're going to take a family picture. We now are going to address the issue of inclusive entrepreneurship. All right. This way, please.
Sí. Bueno, como he comentado, pasamos ahora.
As we said then, we're going to now address inclusive entrepreneurship, and we're going to talk about San Ezequiel Moreno with Ilvana. Good practices. Daria Gavrilova, who is in charge of the Foundation San Ezequiel Moreno. We invite also Desiree Scalia, project manager from Italy. Desiree will talk about Go Circular, excellent practice for 2023. And finally, the winning entity in this category is Lava and her good practice, Creative Invisibles. We have Sophie Genebon, who will in a couple of minutes talk about something which is very innovative to encourage youth entrepreneurship. Thank you. All right, we're going to learn about these projects. Ilvana. This is a project that sees women as the engine for transformation, which contributes innovation and impact in the employability of women who have family responsibilities. Daniela Gavrilova is going to talk about this initiative. Okay, very good. Here's my toolkit. Let me begin by saying thank you. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Acción contra el Hambre, Alicia, Irene, you have been so very thoughtful. Thank you very much. And thanks to the team. Thanks to the team. And you'll see also that when I talk about this project, when I talk about these women, it's because it's a universe. Before I begin, I only have 3 minutes, but very quickly, how many of you here, how many of you are technical experts in social entities? Raise your hands. How many of you have presented projects? Hands, please. Good. How many have developed and justified projects? Great, great, great. You're going to understand me. We began to work with women. We went to a specific school. It's a public school, Ramiro Solans in Zaragoza. And we began to work with a project in mind. And you know that projects have a methodology, they have a commencement date, a finishing date, activities, everything has been thought, everything has been justified. So we began to work and we said, let's do this. And we saw a group of women. These are the Elvana women. We began highly motivated. We began to launch a methodology which we believe is going to allow them to leave many problems behind. And we came suddenly to understand that it was not working. I have to say that it's wonderful hearing all of the speakers so far this morning, your experiences and so on. But what we understood immediately was we've got to stop doing things, not innovate. No. What we understood is what Berta said just a few minutes ago. We have to stop doing the same old. And we have realized that these women, we saw problems left and right. Language difficulties, low skill levels, family responsibilities, broken homes, poverty. Terrible. We were so worried. And suddenly we realized that they are co-creators. They have to be co-creators. And we understood that they're strong, that they're creative, that they've got what it takes. We can learn from them. So we said, okay, let's co-create then. So we asked them, what do you want? Which is what my colleagues have done. Luciana, what Lara said, what Yuval said. Your name was, when you talked about the homeless? Susanna, thank you. Sorry, your name slipped my mind. So we asked, and suddenly we wanted them to begin to work, and they said, no, not yet. No, we need a space. We need a space to share, to sew our children's clothes, where we can sew a dress for a birthday party, for a granddaughter, right? So, what did we do at the end of the day? Well, we said, all right, goodbye to all of the projects and all of the justifications. Something will happen, this will blossom. Let's go, but slowly. Let's go at a pace which is comfortable for them. a rhythm which corresponds to what they can and may do. So a space for cohabitation, then a learning space, and then a space to generate resources. We've been working since 2017, so it's been years already, and I'll show you afterwards what we achieved. And then we were so proud because we thought we're experts in integration, in feminine entrepreneurship, and suddenly we realized that we're running short on tools. We said, no, experts, we need a universe. What we know is not enough. We need much more. We need to attract more experts. So what did we do? Well, every one of the stages has allowed us to benefit from entities, bodies, persons. The sewing specialist, Anna Carmen, she's there in the photographs. Well, she's a powerhouse. She's fantastic what this woman achieves. She motivates, she teaches, and she's there working with these different women. At every step of the way, we have benefited from support. I think more than 10 entities have become involved throughout the process in order to build this universe surrounding our women. Our women, we belong to them, they belong to us, we are part of the same universe. And then, what do we want, was the question. We want integration, this and that. We want them to learn this and that. But what do they want? What do they want? This is one of the women. What do I want? I don't want to depend on social benefits before. I want to have a store. I want to be my own boss. I want to dream. I want to be famous. That was fantastic when she said that. And, you know, their faces just shine. So what did we do in order to achieve this? Well, what we did was we did everything we could. For us, it continues to be a challenge. All of these different activities, and I will afterwards provide a brief description of each one of them. Training, empowerment, entrepreneurship, helping, participation, learning, and working as part of a network. And as you can see, this is a slide that I will want to return to later. So what did we do? Well, skills, basic skill set, cross-cutting, professional, basic, Spanish. You need to speak Spanish because this is an intercultural group. We have women from sub-Saharan Africa, from Maghreb, we have Portuguese, we have Spanish Portuguese, we have Spanish women, we have Roma, we have everything. So Spanish, entrepreneurship, self-knowledge, communication, and then, of course, sewing. 1 minute, oh my goodness. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so here we are, empowerment. Empowerment, 2 days, 2 ways. First way, they have the right to decide. We make proposals, they make proposals, and they co-design the activities. And then we have spaces that we create. So here, for instance, I was alone coming here, but usually Ilvana women would travel with me and they would share with you. And this space building, which would not have been possible otherwise, but they, as users, this is absolutely fantastic in terms of empowerment. And entrepreneurship, we generate resources. So we begin with small activities. We participate in fairs. We have different festivals in Zaragoza, in the region in general. There are fairs. They come to us. The different festivals reach out to us because they want us to help them. And then mutual aid. This was them. They organize dinners, they help each other, they provide support. They've really built a kind of a family network. And then social participation, citizen participation. They are there to generate and they are there also to receive. They give and they take, and they know that this is the case. They participate in neighborhood activities, in community activities, in municipal activities. learning and services. This has been tremendous. Onboarding this tool has been a challenge, as I say, and it's been very successful too. Everything we've done, everything we've achieved, from that point onwards, we've made products, and I have to say that this has been achieved thanks to the project. I'm coming to the end of my address. So what are we at the end of the day? Well, we are systemic, there are synergies, it is a global project, it is an institutional network, it's made of enthusiasts. We have an assessment of learning, innovation, ongoing changes. Thank you very much to all. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I had to zip through this. Thank you to you. Thank you. I have to say that the gender gap continues to be a barrier for a comprehensive fulfillment of women in society. It makes it difficult to ensure true equal rights. True, authentic. And to fight it, it's important to ensure that women have the right skills. Apart from home skills, apart from caring skills, as we advance towards co-responsibility, that would have to be life-work balance. That would definitely call for sharing home activities. And now go circular. In the European Union, I have to say that with an increase and in the field of the circular economy by means of different projects. So Go Circular, boosting youth entrepreneurship in rural areas through co-working and startup incubators in the era of circular economy. With Desiree Scalia, we're going to talk about young entrepreneurs. You have the floor.
Because my Spanish is good, but not so good, so... So basically, I am Desiree Scalia and I work for CHAPE. CHAPE is a not-for-profit entity based in Italy, in Rome, but we work in the entire country. And we work mainly on innovating training methodologies. And my work is mainly with young people and or on sustainability issues. So these are my main interests. And today I will present you Go Circular, which is a project which finished a few months ago. And the objective of this project was to boost the entrepreneurial capacity of young people living in rural areas, mainly through the establishment of co-working or startup incubator or hubs, but exploiting also the potentialities of circular economy. And basically, we had two main objectives. During the first phase, we train young people on how to establish co-working in specific sectors, so furniture, housing, and agribusiness. And in the second phase of the project, we help them on how to develop a new product in these three sectors by exploiting the potentialities of circular economy. And how did we do that? Basically, there were three phases, as mentioned. First of all, together with our partner, I will talk about them later, we created a training program. The training program was online, so young people could follow it online. Then we started to develop a manual for idea development and prototyping. And this manual is addressed not to young people, but to trainers or youth workers, for them to train young people to create those circular products. And the third phase is the compendium of prototypes, and this includes the result that young people developed. We will go a little bit deeply into them, but what is innovative here, and this is, I think, the added value of the best practice, is the methodology, because our methodology is based on boot camp. So basically it's face-to-face. Once they receive the online material, the other phase is face-to-face. And it's design thinking based and inspired and very practical. How do we do that? First of all, we collaborate with companies. For example, in this project, we collaborate with companies, but you can also collaborate with policymakers. But the most important is that young people talk with companies to understand their needs. Then they experience this to work, for example, with wood or with Lego bricks. We use also to create the different circular product. And then they prototype it and they present them in front of the audience. And what is important in this methodology is that during this project, but also in the other project, we have collaborated, we have worked with young people also with special need, thanks to our Norwegian partner, which work with this target group. So it is a methodology that can be exploited with different targets. And yeah, very fast about the other product, but you can find them online. There is the training program as mentioned, which is a set of slides dealing both with the creation of co-working and the different three sectors we have analyzed. And this can be used by trainers, but youth workers. Then we have this manual, which help youth worker and trainer to implement these boot camps with young people. And it's a nice tool because it's very practical. It contains example of the different sector. And finally, the compendium. If you look at it, you will find the product and the project developed by our young people. We have involved around 40 young people in transnational mobilities. And of course, I was not alone, and I would like to thank also the other partner of the project, which were both training organizations and companies. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Una propuesta muy interesante con muchas posibilidades de replicarse en muchas regiones de Europa. A continuación, conoceremos la práctica premiada de la séptima convocatoria de buenas prácticas Creative Invisibles. Es un proyecto promovido por LELAVA que pretende introducir nuevos modelos de emprendimiento en el sector creativo a nivel europeo a través de acciones llevadas a cabo en el ámbito del arte urbano con el objetivo de movilizar y activar a los y las jóvenes que ni estudian ni trabajan en la sociedad. Sophie, directora de la LAVA, nos presentará a continuación las particularidades de esta innovadora iniciativa. Todo tuyo.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm the last, so I will be very brief, and I really don't know how to speak Spanish, so I will try to speak English. I'm director of Le Laba, and since 10 years, Le Laba is working really for young people who are far from education, far from work, far from employment. And our response for that, for those people, is that culture is a very good tool to help them to go out of those problems. But culture in all forms, gastronomy, elitist art, popular art, amateur practice, and also professional practice. our second response is really to use European and international cooperation to create a space for those young people to promote meet travels and so on, and solidarity, of course. So we imagined this project, Creative Invisible, because we wanted to speak about one very big problem. The French local authority, but I know that this problem is also for other local authorities, have now a very big problem to identify what Europe calls the invisibles. We know all what a NEET is, but the next step is invisible. It's really young people who are not visible from the social professionals. They don't go to claim all the support they could receive from the authorities, and we don't know, we know nothing of them. I mean, they are really invisible. They are in rural areas or in the cities, and it's a problem because, of course, there are a lot of young people who we don't know what they do and who they are. We imagine and we know, because we work with cultural actors, that those young people as really practices. They belong to communities, and together they play music, they hear music, they play video games, and a lot of activities where they are inside, where they exist together. So we wanted to imagine how we can use the cultural actors to help to identify and to recognize those young people. That's why we gather some of those actors, and together we went in their communities, music, as I said, but also sport, and also video games, and fashion, all the codes they have for what we say, street culture. Because those young people really use all the codes of the street culture. And so we imagine a lot of activities who was run by the cultural actors in France, in Germany, in Spain, or also in Italy, and together they imagine how to involve those young people in activities with fashion, with dance, hip-hop, with street food, all the sport, street art, and music. Of course, rap. And together we built during 2 years some production as the precedent project. Of course, a resource, street culture resource, not for the social actors, but for the cultural actors, who we want to invite them to be more active in the social, for the social question, for the young people. But also, of course, resources for the young people who want to go to enter, to imagine some activities, and of course we wanted to create a space where we can enlighten the talent of those young people, because they want to do a lot of things, they have a lot of talent, and we want to show them or to help them to be thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. Una propuesta muy interesante que pone en valor.
Well, a very interesting project highlighting the artistic and creative skills of youths through non-formal training or education, because ultimately urban art has a huge potential to make people's lives better, and it's a door into entrepreneurship. Well, I can only thank everyone who has stayed here until the bitter end here in the Caixa Forum Madrid Auditorium or streaming our meeting via YouTube. Greetings to all. It's been delightful to share this time with you, with all these projects and ideas we've shared. So, see you next year in the next edition of the Inclusive Employment and Entrepreneurship Forum.
Y
And let's do the picture with all the awardees. If you can kindly come up on the stage.
claro. Hay un catering preparado.